Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. We are 33 minutes away from race one here on a pretty nice Thursday night.
they come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening and welcome to Redshores Racetrack and Casino here at the Charlottetown Driving Park on this Thursday evening PEI Colt Stakes night here at the track. We have a 13-dash card. Hello everyone, it's Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk, and as I say, it's PEI Colt Stakes weekend coming up, and tonight we kick it off with 2- and 3-year-old trotters. And when speaking of trotters, you got to talk about the Mark Campbell stable. In race 4 tonight, he's going to send out Southwind Arturo, a 3-year-old colt by Muscle Hill. He crushed the track record last week for 3-year-olds in 1:57 and 1, and also out of the Mark Campbell stable. In race 6, PEI Colt 6 2-year-old trot colts, he has Irish Ray, and Irish Ray is a 2-year-old gelding by Muscle Through It, and he is post 5 in there tonight, and this colt is undefeated in 6 starts. He's gone 6 for 6. He is over 37,000 made, a mark of 2 minutes 3/5, and there's a field of 7 in that 6th race, and there's going to be 6 trotters trying to knock off Irish Ray's undefeated streak, and they are Windermere Got Muscle on the rail for Jason Hughes. Dynamical Ted leaves from post 2 for Mark Bradley. Ocean View Chip has post 3 for Adam Murner. Dusty Lane, Tucker, and Mike McGuigan post 4. Getting Rocked and Corey McPherson have post 6, and My Secret Ability and Kenny Arsenault round out that strong field of 7 in that 6th race. That is PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old colt trots, and the purse is $9,060. And we have a special race coming up at 5:45. But before we get to that, let's send it up to track announcer Vance Cameron. He has all tonight's program and equipment changes. Vance.
Thank you, Kurt, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program. It's event number 39 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 21 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Ronnie Hennessy and Mr. Derek Fallon. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 4. In the 4th race, scratch number 5, Southwind Arturo, he will not go. Race 4, scratch number 5, Southwind Arturo. Turning over to race 5, number 1, Mrs. Dragonfire is adding blinkers. Turning over to race number 6, a division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Number 6, Getting Rocked, will go from the trotting boots to brace bandages behind, adding a burr head pole on the outside. Next change, go to race number 10. A division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Number 4, Magian Raptor, from a cancy back bridle to an open bridle with cheek rolls. Turning over to race number 11, the 8 entry, the Time to Win, going from blinkers to blind bridle. That's going to wrap up the changes on tonight's 13-race presentation. The Par Mutual windows are open and selling. Race 1 post time set for 6 o'clock. That's in 22 minutes. Let's go back to my co-host Kurt Hughes on our Race Day broadcast desk to set up the betting menu and promotional plays to start the PEI Colt Stakes weekend.
Well, thank you very much, Vance. Yes, Red Shores is pleased to offer the new early pick 4 with a $500 guaranteed pool beginning on race 2. The super high 5 is on race 5, and again on race 13 with a low 15% takeout. And on track guess, the pick 5 starts in race 6. and the ballots are inside the front cover of tonight's race program. And the jackpot is $500, and your ballots must be in before the start of race number 6. And you can also tag your ticket with the wild horses for a chance to win a $25 jackpot on each race. And welcome to our HBI players. We appreciate your business, and you can use your account right here at the track with our free Wi-Fi and beat the lines. And now we're going to move out onto the racetrack to pick up this non-wagering event. It is a field of 3. Back up to track announcer Vance Cameron.
On the track is a non-wagering event for 2-year-old trot fillies. They have paraded. And if you have your program, it's just inside the front cover. Camco Aaron with Mike McGuigan, Getting Salty for Corey McPherson, and Miss Briley Ridge for Claire McDonald.
Okay, PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old trot fillies are on track for this non-wagering event. With the rail, Camco Aaron, a 2-year-old filly by my MVP, Mike McGuigan, the trainer and driver. They broke the record here last week in the non-wagering event held last Thursday night. They had the rail and went right down the road, 2:02, 30-4 closing quarter. She's a real nice filly and putting together a real nice 2022 freshman campaign. 2 wins, 2 seconds from 5 starts with that mark of 2:02. And Getting Salty and Corey McPherson, they have posed 2, the 2-year-old filly by Muscle through it. Finished bang up second last week, 2:02 and 3. Corey McPherson in the bike last quarter, 31 flat. Blaine White is the trainer and owner from South Panett. She's a real nice filly as well on the track for Corey McPherson. And Miss Briley Ridge and Claire McDonald round out this field of 3. 2-year-old filly by Ted the Stud. Had that win in Inverness there in the Phil Pinckney last time out in 2:11 there, all by her lonesome. And so we'll see them here. Going to battle here in this non-wagering event. A 3-horse field, PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old trot fillies. 3 freshman fillies lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for this non-wagering PEI Colt Stake 2-year-old filly purse, $9,060. Let's send it upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Old-time racing with a field of 3, but in the old times, they didn't go for $9,060. Last week, we got a track record out of this small group when Camco Aaron winning 2-2. It's Camco Aaron getting salty, Miss Briley Ridge, post time. Well off them leaving is Miss Briley Ridge. Into the turn they go, and it's a Camco Aaron along the rail, the leader. To her outside comes Getting Salty second, and they're going to race around the turn. Well off them in third here before the 8th pole, Miss Briley Ridge, so they trot up the backstretch. Camco Aaron with Mike McGuigan, the leader, still on the outside. Getting Salty is second. Racing third, that's Miss Briley Ridge. So they trot over to the opening quarter, and Camco Aaron in line to Mike McGuigan is the fraction center. Getting Salty did take her seat now in the 2-hole. And a distance third, Miss Briley Ridge. On by that opening station, 30 seconds flat was the quarter. Over to the 3/8 pole, and it's Camco Aaron, the leader. Getting Salty right on her back. Then all alone in the back third, Miss Briley Ridge. So the opening half mile is the next station, and Camco Aaron will get them halfway home. Racing from second is Getting Salty. Never getting into it here was Miss Briley Ridge third. They're over to the opening half mile with Camco Aaron, the leader, in a minute and 4. Racing around the paddock turn for the second time. They go to the 5/8, and it's Camco Aaron, the leader. Getting Salty, muscles up on her back second. Miss Briley Ridge is the trailer as they move up the backstretch for the final time. And the 3/4 coming next. Camco Aaron is still there. Getting Salty comes back to the outside now second. Third is Miss Briley Ridge. On by the 3/4, Camco Aaron along the rail, the leader. Getting Salty just a neck away on the outside. Racing third, Miss Briley Ridge, the 3/4 in 1:32 and 3. Getting Salty is taken over, turning home. Camco Aaron could not fend her off. Miss Briley Ridge third as they come to the wire next in the PEI Colt Stakes. Getting Salty for Corey McPherson. Camco Aaron was second. Third, that'll go to Miss Briley Ridge. And the time for the mile, 2:02 and 1, just a fifth of a second off the track record.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Slow-Mo here for this non-wagering event. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old trot fillies. There was 3 in this race, and I thought we were going to look at a carbon copy 1-2 finish as last week with Camco Aaron on the front, Getting Salty, tracking along in that 2-hole. But McPherson pressuring off the wings in that first 8th, got into the 2-hole, pressured again in the 3rd quarter there, and in the 4th quarter, going to drive right on by and get it done here. A nice mile, 2:02 and 1 off a half a minute, 4/5. A real nice effort from Getting Salty. She delivers here for this 2-year-old filly by muscle through it, getting it done in PEI Colt Stakes action here tonight. A real nice effort from her, 2:02 and 1, and that is a maiden record for this 2-year-old filly.
Now the results of the non-wagering event. Camco Aaron was second. Getting Salty, the winner. Miss Briley Ridge third. 31 minute and 4. 1:32 and 3. 2:02 and 1. From the top, it's 2:13. Into the winner's circle is Getting Salty, trotting Brown Filly 2 by Muscle Through It off the Yankee Glide Dam, Santa Hanover, owned by Blaine White of South Pinnat. Blaine is also the breeder and the trainer. Corey McPherson is the winning driver. Filly will trot to a maiden record of 2:02:1. Getting Salty in the PEI Colt Stakes.
The 2022 Atlanta Classic Yearling Sale catalog will feature 14 trotters, 7 colts, and 7 fillies. This year's offering will feature yearlings of the first crop Maritime Stallions Mile Hill Willie and EL Rocket, as well as Ontario sired yearlings by Alarm Detector and Wheelin' and Dealin'. And the Atlanta Classic Yearling Sale will take place on October 7th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds in Crapo, PEI, starting at 2 p.m. And you can watch and register to bid online by visiting www.liveauctions.tv. And in that special event non-wagering race that we just watched, PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old trot fillies, Camco Aaron by My MVP will have a half-brother sire by EL Rocket in the Atlanta Classic Yearling Sale, selling as HIP 104 named Camco Laredo, consigned by Blair Campbell, and Getting Salty by Muscle Through It will have a half-brother sired by EL Rocket in the Atlanta Classic Yearling Sale, selling as HIP 53 named Getting Lit, and it's consigned by Jamie Whalen. There's a look at our selections for the upcoming first race here on this stakes-filled card on a Thursday night. We feature PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old trot fillies in the first race, and we're all going with a 4-2-1. It's about 5 minutes away from post time, and the horses look like they are making their way onto the track for the post parade.
First race is a division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old trot fillies. Number 1, Camco Ramona, is owned by the Sandstone Stables of Milton, trained by Doug McGregor, Brody McPhee driving. Mile Hill Dream, number 2, owned by John Bro of Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick, trained by Paul Morrison. Adam Murner drives. 3 is Magian Mandy, Jim Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, the owner, trainer, and driver. 4, Baskin Robin, owned by Mike Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary, Kenny Murphy of. 4 minutes wagering time on the first. This is Race Day Live. The oldest standardbred stakes race in Canada, the PEI Colt Stakes, celebrates its 88th anniversary this year, with the trotters lining tonight's card. We also feature some past champions on the broadcast. Kurt Hughes comes next on Race Day.
All right, here we go. PEI Colt Stakes off and trotting here on this Thursday night. And the opener is on the track. Baskin Robin is my top choice, a 3-year-old filly by Ted the Stud. Kenny Murphy is going to do the driving for trainer John Clary. He is the trainer for owner Michael Clary of Montague. A good second in that Lady Slipper event last week in 2:03-1. Just get collared late by Magian Salsa. Baskin Robin looked good last week, so I'm going to go right back to her this week. As post 4 in this small compact field, I like her on top of the ticket, and right now the bettor's choice at 3-5. There's a look at Adam Murner, who will drive the 2 in here. Mile Hill Dream. This is a good-looking 3-year-old filly by Armbro Barrister. A good third in that Lady Slipper last time out for trainer Paul Morrison and owner John Bro of Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick. Like I say, a nice third. Closed it out 30 flat in that mile. So I like Mile Hill Dream for second in my exactor and second in my triactor here right now. 2-1 on the board. And now we're getting a look at the 1, Camco Ramona. Camco Ramona is by Armbro Barrister and will have a half-brother sired by E.L. Rocket in the Atlanta Classic yearling sale. Selling his hip 104, named Camco Laredo and consigned by Blair Campbell. And Camco Ramona is owned by the Sandstone Stables of Milton, PEI. Dougie McGregor, the trainer, and Brody McPhee will drive fourth in that Lady Slipper last week. Race timed in 2:05-2. Continues to get better every week, this 3-year-old filly. And so I like her to round out my ticket. She's a great starting spot here, leaving from the pole position. Currently 9-1 on the board. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion here for the Thursday night opener. It is PEI Cold Stakes 3-year-old trot fillies, purse 7,500, and they are rolling up in behind the gate. So let's send it over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Camco Ramona, Mile Hill Dream, Majayan Mandy, Baskin Robin. A field of 4 in the PEI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old trotting fillies, $7,500 on the line, and they're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Off strides the 3, Majayan Mandy, and there they go, off and trotting. And leaving out Mile Hill Dream, Camco Ramona is second. Baskin Robin will be third into the turn. Then the trailer after the miscue is Majayan Mandy. So they trot over to the opening 8th. It's Mile Hill Dream in line to Adam Murner. Out in front by 2 on Camco Ramona. Back into third is Baskin Robin. Then the trailer 4th is Majayan Mandy. So they race the backstretch. They approach the opening quarter with Mile Hill Dream the leader, and the lead is 2 lengths. Racing from second is Camco Ramona. That is Baskin Robin trotting with the leaders third, and in the backfield the trailer, Majayan Mandy. 31-3 was the opening quarter. Arriving next at the 3/8, it's Mile Hill Dream in command. Racing from second is Camco Ramona. Baskin Robin a little gapped out in third as the heavy favorite, and trailing the field, that is Majayan Mandy. They're halfway home, led by Mile Hill Dream. Camco Ramona continues second. Baskin Robin is there third, and the trailer fourth, Majayan Mandy, 103. And a 1/5 was the half mile, consecutive 31-3 splits as they race round the paddock turn for the second time, arriving at the 5/8 with Mile Hill Dream the leader. Camco Ramona second. Baskin Robin edging to the outside third. Trailing the field, that's Majayan Mandy. 3/4 comes next, and it's Mile Hill Dream the leader. Here's Baskin Robin now right alongside and about to take over. Racing now second is Mile Hill Dream. Camco Ramona third, and Majayan Mandy fourth. The 3/4 in 1:35 flat, and Baskin Robin starts to drive off on the field. Mile Hill Dream is second, Camco Ramona third, Majayan Mandy fourth. In the PEI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old trot fillies, it's Baskin Robin for Kenny Murphy. Second is Mile Hill Dream, Camco Ramona third. Time for the mile for the 3-year-old trot fillies in 2:04-2.
Well, holy moly, did this filly ever turn on the afterburners when Murphy asked her up the backstretch. He's a patient drive by Murphy here with the 4 Baskin Robin. They sat 3 in the early portion as the 2 Mile Hill Dream and Murner cut it out. Got down to the half in 1:03-1, and just past 5/8, Murphy says it's go time, and wow, did they ever go. They drove right on past and trotted strong around that last turn and down the stretch here. Under wraps winner for Murphy. Baskin Robin gets it done with ease. 3-year-old filly by Ted the Stud gets it done in 2:04-2, and that is a maiden break-in victory here in PEI Colt Stakes action. Nice closing quarter, 29-2. They get it done here in the Thursday night opener here at Red Shores.
Here comes Baskin Robin to the winner's circle for the first time in her young career. Trotting Bay Filly 3, but Tad the stud. Out of the 4th and 1 dam, Baskin Wonder. Mike Clary of Montague is the owner and the breeder. John Clary does the training. Kenny Murphy does the driving. The filly does the winning to a maiden record of 2:04 and 2/5. Baskin Robin in the PEI Colt Stakes.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in the first: Camco Ramona 3rd, Mile Hill Dream 2nd, Magian Mandy 4th, Baskin Robin the winner. 31 and 3, 103 and 1, 135 and the mile 2:04 and 2. In review 3-2 for 1. Baskin Robin 240, the exactor 460, the triactor 660, superfecta 65 cents.
Top of the Park theme nights are underway here at Red Shores, and the theme for September is Land and Sea, and it's a 3-course meal that includes steak and seared halibut, and it is Friday evenings at the Top of the Park, and it is $29.99 plus tax, and there is an early bird special. Rewards Club members who reserve between 4:45 and 5:45 save 10%. So Land and Sea returns on Fridays, now in September, at the Top of the Park.
Second race on parade, number 1, Georgia Thompson, owned and trained by Melissa Rennie of Charlottetown, driven by Adam Murner. 2 is Elm Grove Seahorse, owned by Ray and Leona McPherson, the estate of Thomas Lynch, and Larry Resnitzky, trained by Michelle Myers. Mark Campbell drives. 3, Beach Day, owned by the Kickin' Horse Stable of York and William Andrew of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Ronnie Gass, driven by Corey McPherson. 4, Camelot Terror, owned by Donald, Terry Jane, and Chad Taylor of Charlottetown, trained by Chad Taylor. Jill's Barrio drives. 5, A Little Sunshine, owned by Ian Smith of Stratford, Hal Smith of Pownell, trained by Tom Weatherby, Mark Bradley. Number 6, DC's First Girl, owned by Dave Kelly and Charlene Cipher of Springvale. Dave trains and drives. There's 5 minutes wagering time on the second. This is the start of the early pick 4 with a low 15% takeout.
And there is a look at our early pick 4 tickets. In the first leg, I'm going to go with the 5, A Little Sunshine. And Mark Bradley showed that trip in 59-2 last week, so I like her in my first leg. In the second leg, I'm going to go with Along for the Ride. And Amber Campbell, she's been getting along great with this 3-year-old filly by Merchandiser. Second last time out in 2 minutes flat. And then in leg 4, we both had the 5 post-time picks and I. And unfortunately, Southwind Arturo off that track record performance, he is scratched in there. So I'm going to go with the 4, Strikin' Pride and Corey McPherson in there. They were a winner last week as well in 58-3. And then the final leg, I'm going to go with Fluentosity. She is a consistent mare. Blaine Baglow is the trainer and co-owner, along with Shane, and David Dowling will do the driving. And they were second in 59-1 last week. So I like Fluentosity to round out my pick 4 ticket. I'm going to go 5-1-4-2. Okay, out on to the track we go here for race 2, 3 minutes away from post time, and there's a look at my top choice. That is the 5, A Little Sunshine, a 3-year-old filly by Sunshine Beach. Mark Bradley doing the driving for trainer Tom Weatherby and owner Ian Smith of Stratford and Hal Smith of Pownell. Third, 2 back in 2:01:29 flat closing quarter, and then last time out at the non-winners of 6:01. There was a big trip in there by Checkers Pride, 57-3, and this filly finished 6th, but was race timed in 59-2. I like that closing quarter, 2 back and 29 flat, so I'm going to put her on top of my ticket. Good price right now, 5-1. And now we're getting a look at Camelot Terror scoring down here for Gilles Barrio. He is going to drive for trainer Chad Taylor. Chad's the co-owner along with Donald and Terry Jane of Charlottetown, 3-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror. And this filly continues to improve every single week. If you look 4 back, third in 58-4, third the next week, and then back-to-back 4th place finishes. And I think she's going to be part of the ticket here tonight. I like her for second on my exactor ticket right now, 2-1 odds.
Ladies and gentlemen, in race number 11 tonight, we have a late scratch. Number 2, Dusty Lane Zendaya will not go. Race 11, scratch the 2, Dusty Lane Zendaya.
Okay, just a minute to go here before race 2. As we mentioned, it kicks off the early pick 4. We also have exactor, superfecta, triactor, wagering, win, play, show. And I'm going to go with the 3, Beach Day, for third on my ticket. A 3-year-old filly by Betting Line. Qualifier there in 2:01. A nice qualifier there at the bottom of the lines. 2 minutes, 1/5, 29-4. Made that break there in her debut, so I'm looking for her to bounce back off that performance and put together a good mile here. And currently the odds on choice at 6-5. Philly Mares lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Second race, let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Georgia Thompson, Elm Grove Seahorse, Beach Day, Camelot Terror, A Little Sunshine, DC's First Girl. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Elm Grove Seahorse going to be well back leaving. There they go. Off end pacing and A Little Sunshine leaving out. Camelot Terror is second, crossing over third. That is DC's First Girl. On the rail, Georgia Thompson is fourth. Then racing from fifth, that is Beach Day. And trailing the field after the tardy start, Elm Grove Seahorse. So the quarter pole bound, and A Little Sunshine on the outside is the leader. Camelot Terror on the cones is second. DC's First Girl third. Racing from fourth is Georgia Thompson. Now fifth is Beach Day. Then the trailer, Elm Grove Seahorse on past the opening station, led by A Little Sunshine. In line to Mark Bradley off a quarter mile in 30 and 2. And there goes the inquiry sign. Second race under a judge's inquiry. Moving by the 3/8 pole, led by A Little Sunshine. Camelot Terror races from second, then in third, DC's First Girl. Fourth is Georgia Thompson. Beach Day has fifth, and the trailer on the outside. That is Elm Grove Seahorse. Halfway home, led by A Little Sunshine. A 2-length advantage on Camelot Terror, the half in a minute and 2. Racing from third, DC's First Girl. Fourth, at the rail is Georgia Thompson. On the outside, fifth is Elm Grove Seahorse. And now the trailer, that is Beach Day, the 3/4, the next station, and A Little Sunshine leads them there. Camelot Terror is second. To the outside, third is DC's First Girl, Elm Grove Seahorse. Fourth on the outside, Georgia Thompson at the rail, fifth. The gapped out trailer, that is Beach Day, the 3-1, 31 and 2. They round the turn for the final time now with an eighth of a mile left to go. A Little Sunshine trying to see it through. Camelot Terror at the rail, second. DC's First Girl, third. Georgia Thompson, fourth. Down the stretch they come. A Little Sunshine almost there. Camelot Terror at the rail. Coming to the line, A Little Sunshine for Mark Bradley. Second, that'll go to Camelot Terror. We'll need a show photo. The mile in 2-0. 2 and 1, and we're under an inquiry.
Okay, hold on to all tickets as we are under inquiry here in race 2, and we're getting a look at the Universum slow-mo here for the second race. And as expected, I thought A Little Sunshine would be the best in here, and Bradley puts her right on the front end. Good fractions, 30 and 2, minute 2/5, 1:31 and 2. Camelot Terror got a real good trip here from Barrio, sitting in the 2-hole, and they're going to make their way down the pass lane to try and get up and get A Little Sunshine at the line, but no, not enough. A Little Sunshine digs in late here for Bradley and gets it done. 2:02 and 1, picking up her third lifetime victory. Bradley and A Little Sunshine back in the winner's circle in a moment.
A Little Sunshine moves to the second race winner's circle. Bay facing Philly 3 by Sunshine Beach from the Arts Place stem. Belle Amy's Love, owned by Ian Smith of Stratford and Hal Smith of Pownell, trained by Tom Weatherby. Mark Bradley gets another step closer to a milestone moment, is the winning driver. The mile in 2:02 and 1, a little sunshine in the second. Results of the judge's inquiry, no violations.
This race replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. The top tier of Atlantic Canadian stallions have their hooves planted firmly at Windermere Farms in Springville, PEI. When breeding an Atlantic Canadian champion, look no further than Malicious, Legion of Honor, Source of Pride, and Somewhere Fancy. Go to windermerefarmspei.weebly.com for more information.
Now, the official results from the second race: Georgia Thompson, third. Elm Grove Seahorse, sixth. Beach Day, fourth. Camelot Terror was second. A Little Sunshine, the race winner. DC's First Girl, fifth. 30 and 2, 1 minute 2. 131 and 2, and the mile 2:02 and 1. In review, 364, 215. A Little Sunshine paid $5.30 to win. The exactor was $8.70, triactor $42.60, superfecta $7.36, and the early daily double paid $8.80.
Free Wi-Fi is available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hbibet.com and wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. You can enjoy the action from our restaurants, grandstands, simulcast theater, or the casino. And you can place your bet at the track on your smartphone too through hbibet.com. Just click on Red Shores Guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page. Just another way to enjoy your guest experience here at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi.
The third race, a division of the PEI Colt Stakes Parading, Along for the Ride 1, is owned by Ambrose Leybold of Morel, trained by Brian McPhee, Amber Campbell driving. Magian Salsa 2 is owned by Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Jim Ripley trains and drives. 3 is Dusty Lane Della, owned by Jordan McKay, Darrell McKay, and Andrew Brown, trained by Chris McKay, Mike McGuigan's up. 4 is Ocean View Cicero, owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford. The trainer-driver is Corey McPherson. 5 Birch Legacy, owned by Robert Honcoop of Allison, trained by Bill Lanigan. Mark Campbell will drive. Miles Heffernan does the post-parade. You have 5 minutes to make your third race decisions. It's PEI Colt Stakes weekend on Prince Edward Island. Kurt Hughes picks up the field after this message from Tourism PEI.
This island, it's a place of new discoveries that's been waiting here for you. In every breath of wind and grain of sand, one island voice speaks through. This is a land of adventures, big and small, and quiet moments to wonder at the beauty of it all. This place, this island, it's for you and for me. This place, this island, it's where your spirit can be free. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
Okay, out onto the track we go here for race 3, 4 minutes to post, and we have Exactor, Superfecta Tractor, Wagering Win Play Show, and that Wild Horses Tag jackpot is $25, and the choice on the screen right now is the one Along for the Ride. Right now, 1-9 on the board, but for good reason. Off that trip last time out, a real good effort, finishing second in 2 minutes flat. 30-3 in behind that big trip from Defriended there in 57-2. Along for the Ride looked good there. 3-year-old filly by Merchandiser, Amber Campbell, getting along really well with this filly. Her father, Brian McPhee, is the trainer, and Ambrose Leybold from Morel is the owner. And this, like I say, this filly's been racing super for Amber. If you look down her lines, she reeled off 2 wins, and then she's followed that up with back-to-back second place finishes. She has 2 wins, 2 seconds from 9 starts, closing in on $10,000 in earnings this year. 2 minutes, 2 fifths is her record this year. She's been racing super, and I think it will continue here tonight. I got her on top of my ticket, 2-5 currently. And then we'll go right next door. The 2 Magian Salsa, 3-year-old filly by Ted, the stud. James Ripley, the driver and trainer. Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst is the owner, and a winner last time out in 203 and won with a 30-1 closing quarter, and a fourth prior to that, closed it out 28-4 on that day. And a nice win there in that Lady Slipper event. So I'm going to go with Magian Salsa for second on my ticket. I like 1-2 in the exactor, 5-2 currently. And if you're playing the triactor, I like the 4 Ocean View Cicero and Corey McPherson for third. This is a 3-year-old filly by Armbro Barrister. Corey's also the trainer for owner Carl Bagnall of Stratford. Made that break last time out, but a good third prior to that. 2 minutes, 3 fifths in that Island Ocean series. And so this 3-year-old filly, she's been racing good this year. She's also closing in on $10,000 in earnings this year, and so I like her to round out my ticket. Currently 7-1. And in this third race, the 3 Dusty Lane Della by Armbro Barrister will have a half brother sired by E.L. Rocket in the Atlanta Classic yearling sale, selling as hip 112, named Dusty Lane Derby, and it's consigned by the Dusty Lane Farms. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old trot fillies lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is post time for race 3. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Second division of these 3-year-old trot fillies with along for the ride, Majayan Salsa, Dusty Lane Della, Ocean View Cicero, and Birch Legacy, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. There they go, off and trotting, and from the middle, that's Dusty Lane Della. On the rail, that's Along for the Ride, and Dusty Lane Della has jumped it off into the turn. Along for the Ride is the leader. From the outside, Bert's Legacy second. Third at the rail, and going off stride is Magian Salsa. Fourth is Ocean View Cicero, then off stride at the back is Dusty Lane Della. So on the backstretch, as they approach the opening quarter, led by Along for the Ride. In line to Amber Campbell. Racing from second is Bert's Legacy. Trotting up with the leaders third, Ocean View Cicero. Now fourth is Dusty Lane Della, and trailing the field, Magian Salsa. 31 seconds flat opened it up, and there goes the judge's inquiry sign. Race number 3 is under a judge's inquiry. On the lead, that's Along for the Ride. Racing from second is Bert's Legacy. There in third is Ocean View Cicero coming to the outside. Fourth is Dusty Lane Della, and the trailer fifth, Magian Salsa. Halfway home, led by Along for the Ride. Now the challenger on the outside, Ocean View Cicero. Third into the turn is Bert's Legacy, Dusty Lane Della fourth, and trailing the field, Magian Salsa 102 and a 1/5 for half a mile. To the backstretch they go, led by Along for the Ride. The challenge comes from Ocean View Cicero. Bert's Legacy is right there in the pocket third. Racing fourth is Dusty Lane Della. Trailing the field, that is Magian Salsa. They pass the three-quarters, and Along for the Ride is still there. Three-quarters up in 1:32 and 3. Ocean View Cicero second. Bert's Legacy along the rail third. And they're homeward bound now. Along for the Ride, clear by 3. Bert's Legacy has taken over second. Ocean View Cicero third. On the wire next in the PEI Colt Stakes. Along for the Ride. Every call a winning one for Amber Campbell. Bert's Legacy was second. Ocean View Cicero third. 2-0. 2-2 under an inquiry.
Under an inquiry here in race 3, so hold on to all tickets as we get a look at the Universal Slow-Mo here for the third race. And this was a picture-perfect drive by Amber Campbell here aboard Along for the Ride. They hit the rail here tonight. They were the bettor's choice, and they make no mistakes. A really well-rated mile by Campbell, 31, 102, and 1. Got some pressure from Ocean View Cicero and Corey McPherson, but Campbell chilly in the bike here down the lane. Makes no mistakes, as I mentioned, 132 and 3 3/4, and how about that 29 and 4 closing quarter? Drove away from them down the stretch. Nice mile, 2:02 and 2. Along for the Ride and Campbell get it done here in a division of the PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old trot fillies.
Ladies and gentlemen, not one but two inquiries underway here in the third race. The first one involves the breaking horses in the first turn, and the second one is a possible pylon violation by the 5, Bert's Legacy. Nothing better than a mom and a daughter fist pump on their way to the winner's circle here in tonight's third race. Along for the ride is there Trotting Bay Filly 3 by Merchandiser off the Angus Hall Dam Jewel Air, owned by Ambrose Laybolt of Morel, who is also the breeder of this filly, trained by Brian McPhee. Amber Campbell put her on top at every call, winning in 2-0-2-2. Along for the ride captures a division of the PEI Colt Stakes with the trackside cooler presentation.
Here's a look at one of the inquiries ongoing here in the third race. It is on the screen right now. One of the inquiries here that the judges are looking at here in this third race.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome an opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and in the U.S. We also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email sd.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the results of the 2 judges' inquiries in the third. 3, Dusty Lane Della made the break on her own after the start, interfered with the 4, Ocean View Cicero. With the 4 finishing ahead of the 3, there's no placings required there. And dealing with the 5, Bert's Legacy, she was inside 3 consecutive pylons. She finished second and will be placed 5th. Here's the official results now from the third race. Along for the ride, the winner, Majayan Salsa, finished 5th, was placed 4th, and had broken equipment. Dusty Lane Della finished 4th, was placed 3rd. Ocean View Cicero finished 3rd, was placed 2nd. Bert's Legacy finished 2nd, was placed 5th for inside 3 consecutive pylons. The fractions were 31, 102 and 1, 132 and 3, and the mile 202 and 2. In review after the placings, it's 14325. Along for the ride, paid $4.90, the exactor $10.40, triactor $73.80, and the superfecta was $13.87.
HBI players across the country who played Redshores Charlottetown during Gold Cup week received 3% cash back in their accounts. And HBI PEI players who also qualified for a chance to win a $500 account bonus rebate at the end of the week. And Redshores and HBI would like to say congratulations to Greg McDonald of Summerside, who won the $500 account bonus for playing Redshores during Gold Cup week through HBIBet.com.
Fourth race trotters are on the track. Number 1 is Twin Bee Harry, owned by Everett Hansen of Majorville and Donald Stevenson of Fredericton, New Brunswick. Gilles Barrio training and driving. Peach Pie Will Do, number 2, owned by Jordan McKay, Andrew Brown, Shirley Symes, and Dillard Racing Incorporated, trained by Chris McKay, Mike McGuigan. Professor Gordon 3 is owned and trained by Dina Clough of New Haven. Kenny Murphy drives. 4, Striking Pride, owned by John Bro, Gillian Furness, and Paul Morris, and Paul is the trainer. Tonight, Corey McPherson. 5 is Scratch, number 6, Tequila Tuesday, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., with Miles Sr. in the sulky. 5 minutes wagering time on the 4th race. Watch for details on the upcoming Drive for Charity Holiday Edition.
4 minutes away from post time here in race 4, and unfortunately we're not going to see that track record holder 3-year-old colt by Muscle Hills Southwind Arturo. He is scratched, so we're scratched down to a field of 5, but a talented group left to scrap it out for the purse here in race 4. And one of the talented trotters in here is Striking Pride, a 4-year-old mare by Striking Lindsay. How about that trip last time out? Right down the road in that Island Oceans series there, 58-3, 29-4, closing it out. She romped on that day. That was her first win on the season from 5 starts. A real good effort. So I like her on top of my ticket. Currently, she is even money for Corey McPherson. Gilberto drives and trains the one Twin B Harry for owners Everett Hansen of Magerville and Donald Stevenson of Fredericton, New Brunswick. 3-year-old colt by Royalty for Life, and a pretty nice qualifier there with the half trotting hobbles on. 159-4. Tried his luck there without them and made that break in his last pari-mutuel start, so we'll throw that line out. A pretty nice qualifier, good miles prior to that as well, but off that qualifier I'd put this guy in for part of my ticket. I like him for second on my ticket. He's currently 6-1. Just 2 to go here before race 4. Exactor Superfecta Triactor Wagering win play show, and that Wild Horses tag jackpot is $25. And I'm going to put in Tequila Tuesday for third on my ticket, leaving from post 6 tonight, moves into post 5 with the scratch of the 5. Miles Heffernan will do the driving for owner Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. 4th last time out in 2:01 and 3. That was up at that non-winners of 11:01 last 5, dropping down in class here to the non-winners of 4:51. I like the drop in class, small field. I think Tequila Tuesday can get there for my Triactor ticket, currently 5-2 on the board. And there's a look at the 2. Peach Pie Will Do. This is kind of a high risk, high reward situation, showing breaks on the card, but when this 4-year-old gelding by Ted the Stud stays flat, he is tough to beat. He even shows miles in 2 minutes there on his lines. Jordan McKay, Andrew Brown, Shirley Symes, and Allard Racing Inc. are the owners, and Mike McGuigan will do the driving for Chris McKay. So if you want to take a shot at the 2, showing good lines there when he stays flat, we'll see if McGuigan can keep him on the right foot in here. 3-1, good price on the 2. Trotters lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's fourth race. Back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Twin B Harry, Peach Pie Wildew, Professor Gordon, Striking Pride, and Tequila Tuesday. Scratch down to field of 5 here in the 4th, top of the stretch. Here they come. Back leaving the 1, Twin B Harry. There they go, off and trotting and leaving out. Professor Gordon headed to the lead. Peach Pie will do at the rail second. Third from the outside. That's Striking Pride. Moving into 4th is Tequila Tuesday, and trailing the field, Twin B Harry after the tardy start. So they're on the backstretch and going to the quarter mile, led by Peach Pie Will Do for Mike McGuigan by 2. Racing second at the rail, Professor Gordon, dropping in third. That is Striking Pride. 4th at the rail, Tequila Tuesday. Trailing the field is Twin B Harry. The opening quarter, 29 seconds flat. And Peach Pie Will Do, the fraction setter. In at the rail, Professor Gordon is second. Racing from third, Striking Pride. 4th along the inside, Tequila Tuesday. And playing catch-up 5th, that is Twin B Harry. They arrive at the opening half mile next. And Peach Pie Will Do is halfway home. Here comes Striking Pride to the outside second. Third at the rail, Professor Gordon. Going wide 4th is Tequila Tuesday. Twin B Harry continuing to trail 58 and 3 was the half mile. They roll over to the 5/8 next, led by Peach Pie Will Do. Striking Pride now at his wheel. Up into third, Tequila Tuesday. Professor Gordon back to 4th, and Twin B Harry continuing to trail. 3/4 coming next. Peach Pie Will Do goes off stride at the rail. Now to inherit the lead, Striking Pride is taken over. Tequila Tuesday is second. Racing from third, that is Twin B Harry. They're 3/4 in 1, 28 and 4, and they turn for home, led by Striking Pride. Tequila Tuesday off stride on the lead. Striking Pride self-destructed, and Tequila Tuesday will inherit the win for Miles Sr. Twin B Harry is now second. On the inside, third is Striking Pride. Time for the mile in 1:59.3.
Okay, we're getting a look at the slow-mo here for race 4, brought to you by Universal Media. And we had a couple breakers in here. Peach Pie Will Do and McGuigan, they were cutting it for a while, 29, 58, and 3. They look good on the front, but when pressured up the backstretch heading to 3/4, they made that break 128 and 4. Applying that pressure was the 4, Striking Pride and McPherson. They cleared up to the lead, but at 7/8, they made a break, and hot on her tail was the 6, Tequila Tuesday, and Miles Heffernan stayed flat here today, and he goes all the way here and gets it done. A nice mile, 159 and 3. A couple breakers, but the 1, Twin B Harry, race good here for Barrio, getting up for the deuce, and currently Corey McPherson, Striking Pride, finish third, but it's Tequila Tuesday to win the 4th here at Red Shores.
Tequila Tuesday moves to the fourth race winner's circle, trotting Bay Stallion 5 by Armbo Barrister off the Angus Hall Dam. Timo Maroma, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Heffernan Sr. is the winning driver. The mile 159 and 3. Tequila Tuesday in the fourth.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the fourth race. Twinbee Harry was second. Peach Pie Will Do fourth. Professor Gordon fifth. Striking Pride third. Southwind Arturo was scratched. Tequila Tuesday was the winner. 29, 58 and 3. 128 and 4. And the mile 159 and 3. From the top, 245. 3 scratch 1. Tequila Tuesday 1140. The exactor $77.80, triactor $79, superfecta $16.31.
There's a look at the paddock game presented by Red Shores as the horses for race 5 are making their way out onto the racetrack. And for my triactor ticket in here, I'm going to go 258. But Vance and I will be back after the parade to run down our super high 5 ticket here in race 5. So post parade coming up next.
The fifth race on parade. Mrs. Dragonfire wears number 1, owned by Reg Ferguson and Wayne McDonald. Reg Ferguson is the trainer. Jill's Barrio driving. Fluentosity 2 is owned by Shane and Blaine Baglow of Cornwall, trained by Blaine Baglow, David Dowling. Dueling Banjos 3 is owned by Jerry and Mary Jean Noy, Denise and William Andrew, trained by Jay Noy, Mark Campbell driving. For Dancers Pass, owned by John McKenzie of Springvale, Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire, trained by Philip Kelly, Jason Hughes. 5 is Elm Grove Misty, owned by Charlene Cipher of Springvale, trained and driven by Dave Kelly. 6 is Dorabella, owned and trained by Philip DeRouche of Coleman, Kenny Murphy driving. Locker Up 7 is owned by Jamie Kennedy of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. 8 is Outrageous Spirit, owned by Paul Holmes of Bourne Grove and Kevin Peters of Emmyvale, trained by Kevin Peters, Adam Murners in the sulky. 5 minutes wagering time on the 5th race, featuring the Super High Five, the first of 2 Super High Fives on the card. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And Kurt, we're up with our selections here in the 5th. I'm going to the 3 Dueling Banjos. This mare got locked in pretty solid her last time around, shot up the inside late to finish 3rd. I'll use her on top tonight for Campbell. I like the 1 Mrs. Dragonfire. Thought you might get a price on this mare. She's morning line at 10-1, now at 5-2 on the tote board. I like the 4 Dancer's Pass. Come off a couple of scratches, then had a decent qualifier. She could get there, and you may be a price horse in here. I like her for 3rd. Going to go to 2 Fluentosity, now joining the claiming ranks, and I'll close it out with the 5 Elm Grove Misty. From the booth, it's 3-1-4-2-5, and Mr. Super High Five. What are your selections?
Well, this one's going to be tough, Vance. This one, all 8 have a shot at winning this, right from the 1 right out to the 8, and so this is going to be really tough. I'm going to go with Fluentosity, making the move, as you say, into the claiming ranks off a good second at 59 and change last week. So I like the 2 on top of the 5, Elm Grove Misty. I like Outrageous Spirit for 3rd. I like Mrs. Dragonfire for 4th. And I like the 3, your top choice, Dueling Banjos for 5th on my ticket. So there's a look at our Super High Five tickets. I like 25813. Vance Cameron likes 31425. 3 minutes away from race 5 here in Charlottetown.
Every kitchen is a restaurant. Ish. With Cavendish Farms restaurant-style fries. Every kitchen is a restaurant. Ish. With Cavendish Farms restaurant-style fries.
Well, as I mentioned here, as we get close to post time here in race 5, Super High Five time, it is a wide open race, and the tote board is telling the tale as well. Look at the odds, pretty even there. 2-1, mild top choice on the 1 Mrs. Dragonfire. Fluentosity at 7-2, 2-1 on two, now 7-2 on Dueling Banjos. Dancer's Pass 6-1, 6-1 on the 5 Elm Grove Misty. Dorabella at 8-1, Locker Up at 13-1, and Outrageous Spirit also has a shot from the outside with her great gate speed at 7-1 currently. Horses lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 5th race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Mrs. Dragonfire, Fluentosity, Dueling Banjos, Dancers Pass, Elm Grove, Misty, Dorabella, Lock Her Up, and on the outside, that's Outrageous Spirit. 5th race on the gate, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Mrs. Dragonfire leaves out. Dueling Banjos, Outrageous Spirit on the far outside. Lock Her Up is also leaving into the turn. Then racing 5th, Dancers Pass. Fluentosity got away 6th. 7th, that's Elm Grove Misty, and the trailer is Dorabella. So from the grandstand side, Outrageous Spirit made the lead for Murner. Gonna be short-lived. Burial will right line Mrs. Dragonfire, sending her back to the lead at the opening quarter. Outrageous Spirit is now 2nd, Dueling Banjos 3rd, Lock Her Up 4th, Dancers Pass has 5th, Fluentosity 6th, then Elm Grove Misty 7th, and Dorabella is 8th. 28 and 4 was the quarter mile. Off the turn they come, and they straighten down the stretch. They have the half mile in their sights now. The leader, Mrs. Dragonfire. 2nd, that's Outrageous Spirit racing from 3rd. That is Dueling Banjos. Halfway home and in unfamiliar territory, right on the lead is Mrs. Dragonfire. 57 and 4 was the half. There goes Dueling Banjos up 2nd on the outside. Outrageous Spirit now 3rd. Lock Her Up is wide 4th. Dancers Pass 5th. Fluentosity 6th with Dorabella and the trailer. That is Elm Grove Misty. 3/4 coming next, and as a team up front on the outside, Dueling Banjos, Mrs. Dragonfire's at the rail. Lock Her Up is taken over 3rd. Fluentosity is up into 4th. Racing now 5th is Dancers Pass. 3/4 in 1. 27 and 3. They have an 1/8 of a mile left to go, and there is the inquiry sign. They're homeward bound here in the Super High 5. Dueling Banjos, Mrs. Dragonfire, Fluentosity, Lock Her Up on the far outside. Deep stretch. Now, here's the line. Lock Her Up for Kenny Arsenault. Then Dueling Banjos and Fluentosity, 1:58.4. 5th race under a judge's inquiry.
Okay, we're under inquiry here in race 5, and I'll talk you through the race here. It was Mrs. Dragonfire and Barrio playing a little give and go with Outrageous Spirit and Murner early. They wanted to cut a 28 and 4 half, 57 and 4, 127 and 3. Dueling Banjos clears up to the lead, but hot on his tail was the 7 Locker Up, and Kenny Arsenault, the mare, gets up here in the final strides and gets it done for Arsenault. Nice trip here for Locker Up and Jamie Kennedy. They get it done here, 158 and 4 here in race 5, but we are under an inquiry, so hold on to all tickets here in the 5th.
Locker Up's arriving at the 5th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing mare 5 by Boltador from the Some Beach Somewhere Dam Somewhere Secret. Owned by Jamie Kennedy of Charlottetown, trained and driven to victory by Kenny Arsenault. Top of the mile at 158 and 4. Longest shot on the board. Locker Up in a super high 5 shocker. We have 2 judges' inquiries underway in race number 5. The first one is the conduct of the race after the quarter, and the second one is the conduct of the race at the 3/4.
Okay, we have 2 judges' inquiries going on here in race 5. So here's the slow-mo at the inquiries here in the 5th.
Now, here's the results of the two judges' inquiries in race number 5. The first one involving the conduct of the race at the quarter. There was no violations. And the second one involving the conduct of the race at the 3/4. Racing officials deemed that number 4, Dancer's Pass, interfered with number 5, Elm Grove Misty. Dancer's Pass has finished 4th and will be placed 7th. Here's the official rundown in race 5. Mrs. Dragonfire was 5th place 4th. Fluentosity 3rd. Dueling Banjo 2nd. Dancer's Pass 4th place 7th for interference. Elm Grove Misty was 7th place 6th. Dorabella finished 6th, was placed 5th. Lock Her Up was the winner. Outrageous Spirit was 8th. They went 28-4, 57-4, 127-3, and the mile was 158-4. From the top after the placings, 4-3-2, 7-6-5, 1-8. Lock Her Up paid $34.40. The exactor $66.70. Triactor $1,017.70, and the Super High 5 carryover.
Red Shores is pleased to offer a new fan zone in the lower level of Red Shores. This area has high top tables, new flat screen TVs featuring live and off-track horse racing, and you can also place your bets by using our free Red Shores guest Wi-Fi on your mobile device through hbibet.com. And it's unanimous here in the 6th. We all like 5-7-1. Post break coming up next.
Sixth race of the division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old trotting colts. Windermere Got Muscle, number 1, owned by But We Hear Now Stable of Charlottetown, trained by Danny McDonald. Jason Hughes drives. Dynamical Tad, number 2, is owned by Bill Kinney of Hunter River and Gary Ford of Stratford, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Mark Bradley. 3 is Ocean View Chip, owned by Bill Rollison of Belfast, trained by Melissa Rennie, Adam Murner. 4 is Dusty Lane Tucker, owned and trained by Carl Bagnall of Stratford, Mike McGuigan driving. 5 is Irish Ray, owned by 3 Wiseman Stable of Kingston, Mark Campbell trains and drives. 6, Getting Rocked, owned and trained by Blaine White of South Panett, Corey McPherson. 7 is My Secret Ability, owned by Janet Bevan and Eldred Nicholson, Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 6. The on-track pick 5 starts in this race, so your ballot's got to be in before the start of race 6. A past championship spotlight is coming up next with Kurt Hughes.
Yes, we're honoring past champions this weekend in the PEI Colt Stakes, and here's a good shot of Waiting on a Woman. Waiting on a Woman is the leading money-earning maritime sired trotter of all time with over 633,000 made lifetime with 82 wins and a record of 152-2. A son of Northern Bailey, bred and owned by Dave and Mitch Tierney. Waiting on a Woman with driver Corey McPherson was a dominant force in the Maritimes at 2 and 3, winning PEI Colt Stakes both years. At 2, he won 10 of 12 starts and took his then record of 158-4 in the PEI Colt Stakes at 3. He went on to be an open class winner at tracks across the U.S. And out onto the track we go here for race 6, just 2 minutes to post. And here's a look at the undefeated Irish Ray, owned by the Three Wiseman stable of Kingston, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. This guy's been perfect in his young career, going 6 for 6. He is over $37,000 made in just 6 starts. He's a real nice, good-looking son of muscle through it, and I can see this guy going right down the road again this week, as does the punters, as he is 1-9 on the board. An Irish Ray will have a half-sister sired by E.L. Rocket in the Atlanta Classic yearling sales, selling as hip 132, named Dusty Lane Harper, and it's consigned by the Dusty Lane Farms. And right next door is, or 2 spots out to the 7, is My Secret Ability. I like My Secret Ability for second on my ticket, and My Secret Ability, who's by my MVP, will have a half-brother sired by Mile Hill Willie in the Atlanta Classic yearling sales, selling as hip 108, named Incredible Willie, and consigned by Eldred Nicholson. And pretty good lines on this 2-year-old by my MVP. Kenny Arsenault, the trainer and driver. Janet Beffin and Eldred Nicholson are the owners, and a good second to Irish Ray last time out in 2:02. 29-1 closing quarter. Almost 7,000 made, 1 win, 2 seconds, and a third. So 4 for 6 in the top 3 in his young career. A mark of 2:01-4. He's having a good year as well. The trouble is he's running into Irish Ray again this week. So I like My Secret Ability for second, currently 6-1. Four thirds in 5 starts is the one Windermere Got Muscles lines for this year. 2-year-old gelding by Muscle Through It. Jason Hughes doing the driving for trainer Danny McDonald and owner But We Hear Now stable of Charlottetown. If you look down the lines, pretty decent lines. 2:02-3 last time out, closing quarter 29-3. Third prior to that, 2:02-1. Both trips right here in Charlottetown. The rail here today, I can see Windermere Got Muscle being part of this ticket. I went 5-7-1 in here. If you like Windermere Got Muscle, 20-1 currently. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old trot colts lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 6th race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Windermere Got Muscle, Dynamical Tad, Ocean View Chip, Dusty Lane Tucker, Irish Ray Getting Rocked, and My Secret Ability. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and trotting up the rail, that's Windermere Got Muscle. Irish Ray is leaving, splitting them into the turn is Ocean View Chip. Down on the inside to get away fourth, Dynamical Tad. On the outside for fifth, that's Getting Rocked. Then in 6, that's Dusty Lane Tucker, and on the outside, My Secret Ability. Off stride goes Ocean View Chip. And as they race to the corner, a little tussle up front. And here comes Irish Ray to take over the lead for Mark Campbell. Windermere Got Muscle took him on in the early going. Is settled up second. Racing from third, that's Getting Rocked. Dynamical Tad to fourth. Then in fifth is My Secret Ability. Dusty Lane Tucker 6. And the trailer, Ocean View Chip is 7. 30 seconds flat. Opening quarter, Irish Ray edge down the stretch towards the half mile. Windermere Got Muscle second. Back into third is Getting Rocked. Now fourth, Dynamical Tad. My Secret Ability is fifth. Then it's Dusty Lane Tucker 6. And the trailer is Ocean View Chip halfway home. 60 seconds flat was the time. Irish Ray around the paddock turn going to the 5-8. With him second, that's Windermere Got Muscle. Back into third is Getting Rocked. On the outside, fourth, Dynamical Tad. My Secret Ability fifth with Dusty Lane Tucker. And on the outside, the trailer, Ocean View Chip. 3/4 comes next. And it's Irish Ray with the undefeated streak. On the line here for Campbell. Second is Windermere Got Muscle. My Secret Ability has taken over third. Dynamical Tad fourth. 3/4 in 1:31 and 4. 1/8 of a mile left to trot. And Irish Ray will bring him on home. Windermere Got Muscle is second. My Secret Ability has taken over third. On the line next, here's number 7 in a row. Irish Ray in line to Mark Campbell in the PEI Colt Stakes. Second, that'll go to Windermere Got Muscle. My Secret Ability third. 2-0, 1 and 4.
Well, Irish Ray, he remains perfect here in Charlottetown as he gets it done in the PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old Trot Colts purse, $9,060. So that just adds to his bank tally, pushes him over $40,000 in his young career. Now 7 for 7, and he makes no mistakes here tonight. Getting to the front, 30 flat. Windermere Got Muscle, got a real good 2-hole ride here. They were looming bold at the top of the stretch, but Irish Ray digs in, finds a little more, gets it done in 2:01 and 4 off a half in a minute. Campbell and Irish Ray get it done here in the 6 at Red Shores.
Here is the undefeated Irish Ray arriving at the 6-race winner's circle, trotting big outing 2 by Muscle Through It. From the Garland Lobel Dam, highly organized, owned by 3 Wiseman Stable of Kingston, trained and driven to victory by Mark Campbell. The mile in 2:01 and 4. That's Irish Ray in the PEI Colt Stakes. Here's the official results now in race 6. Windermere Got Muscle was second. Dynamical Ted fourth. Ocean View Chip fifth. Dusty Lane Tucker sixth. Irish Ray, the race winner. Getting Rocked was seventh. And My Secret Ability third. 1 minute, 1:31 and 4. And the mile 2:01 and 4. From the top, your program reads 2456173. Irish Ray 210 to win. Exactor $6.90, Triactor $12, Superfecta $4.38.
Okay, there's a look at the picks for the upcoming 7th race. I'm going to go 5-7-1. Post time picks like 5-1-7. Classifier's choice also going with a 5-7-1. Post break coming up next.
Crown Rust Proofing joining us in the center field on this Thursday night. There'll be a trackside with a presentation to the 7th race winner. They're on parade, Evening Maelstrom 1. Owned by Dr. Mary McNiven of 9 Mile Creek, trained by Cliff Murphy and driven by Kenny Murphy. Top of her trade 2 is owned by Matt and David Burke of Stratford. David Dowling trains and drives. 3 is Private Dancer, owned by Kerry Cormier of York, trained and driven by Ryan Perot. 4, J.J. Kinley, owned by Delta J of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Kenny Arsenault drives. 5, Miss Sangria is owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trained by Ronnie Gass, driven by Corey McPherson. Southern Heart 6, owned by Umber Campbell of Airdrie, Alberta, and Jackie Cooper of Stratford. Ronnie Matheson does the conditioning. Jason Hughes drives. Ms. Patricia B is 7, owned by Bobby Joe Matheson of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson. Jill's Burial. I Can Do It wears number 8, owned by Douglas and David Neal of Charlottetown, trained by Keith Ford, Mark Campbell. 3 minutes wagering time on the 7th. Back to the broadcast desk with Kurt Hughes on the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Okay, here is the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. And in tonight's first race, it was PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old trot fillies, and it was Baskin Robin who sat 3 early in the mile. They made their move at 5/8, and wow, did she ever scratch home 29 and 2 for a mile of 2:04 and 2 in the 4-2-1 try, paid $660. In race 2 tonight, it was the 5 A Little Sunshine and Mark Bradley. They get the job done in race 2, and Bradley inches closer to that big milestone, 1,000 win milestone for Bradley. They get it done, the 5-4-1, 42-60. In race 3 tonight, it was PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old trot fillies, and Along for the Ride and Amber Campbell go right down the road from post 1. They get it done, and the 1-4-3 ticket paid $73.80. Nice mile there too, of 2:02 and 2. In race 4 tonight, it was the 6 Tequila Tuesday, who minded his manners. There were a couple breakers in that race, and you just saw on the screen the 4 Striking Pride and McPherson. They made a break at the top of the stretch, and Tequila Tuesday said thank you very much and got it done. 159 and 3, and the try paid $79. And then in race 5, it was Super High 5 time, and it was a big ticket here in race 5 with the 7 Locker Up and Arsenault storming down the outside here. They get it done in the final strides over Dueling Banjos, and that 7-3-2 Triactor ticket paid a whopping $1,017.70. And in race 6, we just watched Irish Ray remain perfect in his freshman campaign. The 2-year-old gelding by Muscle Through it got it done here tonight, 2:01 and 4. A nice effort in the 5-1-7. Ticket paid $12. And that is the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. And also, in case you missed it, we had a non-wagering race at 5:45. It was 2-year-old filly trotters in the PEI Colt Stakes, and was Getting Salty getting up for Corey McPherson over Camco Aaron and Miss Briley Ridge. And Getting Salty was a maiden breaking victory of 2:02 and 1. As we make our way out onto the track for tonight's 7th race, there's a look at my top choice, Miss Sangria, the classy veteran. She only has 2 wins this year, but how about that 37 lifetime wins? She knows how to get it done, and she's dropping down here to the non-winners of 4:01. Been a long time since she's been at this level, so I like her to get it done for owner Alec McPhee and Corey McPherson. Trained by Ronnie Gass. Miss Sangria at 4-5. if you're playing the exactor, I'm going to go with the 7, Miss Patricia B, putting together some nice miles here in 2022. 9 of 13 in the top 3, 6 second place finishes, 2 wins. And if you look there, 4 back, second and 58 and 3. And that trip last time out, even though she finished 6th, was a nice mile of 157 and 4. And now she's down into the 401s here tonight as well. So Miss Patricia B has a big shot here for owner Bobby Joe Matheson, driver Gilles Barrio, and trainer Ronnie Matheson. 5-1 currently. And there's a look at the one Evening Maelstrom. Last time this mare saw the inside was that bottom line there where she was second and 58 and 2. Since then, she's drawn the outside in her last 5 starts, so draws back in here to the rail. She's got a big shot at hitting the ticket here at 18-1. Horses lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 7th race. Back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Evening Maelstrom, top of her trade, Private Dancer, J.J. Kinley, Miss Sangria, Southern Heart, Ms. Patricia B. I Can Do It Outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing top of her trade leaves out. Evening Maelstrom at the rail is second, third to the turn, Private Dancer. Miss Sangria on the turn is fourth on the outside. Racing from fifth is Miss Patricia B. Then in sixth, down on the inside, that's J.J. Kinley. I Can Do It is seventh, and the trailer, that is Southern Heart. Evening Maelstrom will lead it early for Kenny Murphy. Top of her trade took a shot at the lead, had to go to plan B. Now set up for the 2-hole ride. Back into third is Private Dancer, Miss Sangria fourth. Opening quarter was 28 and 1. And in unfamiliar territory, Evening Maelstrom on the engine. Top of her trade second, off the leaders third is Private Dancer, Miss Sangria fourth. Underway on the outside fifth is Miss Patricia B. Then J.J. Kinley on the outside sixth, I Can Do It seventh. And trailing the field, that is Southern Heart. They're halfway home, led by Evening Maelstrom in 58 and 2. Into the paddock turn they go. Evening Maelstrom the leader. Top of her trade is second. Third, that is Private Dancer. Miss Patricia B on the outside fourth. Fifth up the rail is Miss Sangria. Then in sixth on the outside, J.J. Kinley. On the cones, I Can Do It seventh. And the trailer, Southern Heart. They're over to 3/4, and Evening Maelstrom is still there. Top of her trade is coming to the outside. Private Dancer at the rail third. 3/4 in 1. 28 and 2. Shade more than an eighth to go. Evening Maelstrom the leader. Top of her trade is coming now. Third up the rail is Private Dancer. Miss Sangria is coming late fourth. Deep stretch now. Evening Maelstrom. She's almost there. Top of her trade on the outside. Wow, it's tight. Evening Maelstrom and Top of her trade. They're in a win picture together in 1:58 and 1.
Wow, I can usually pick out the winner here, but I don't think I can here. What a finish here in race 7. Could be a dead heat in here. It was the Crown Rust Proofing Pace, and the one Evening Maelstrom, we mentioned her in the pre-race just as they were going to the gate. She finally draws back inside here, and Kenny Murphy uses the rail to his advantage, and he rolled her down the highway. 28 and 1, 58 and 2, 128 and 2. He put the 2 top of her trade and dallying back in the 2-hole, but move at the top of the stretch, and they're going to settle it here in deep stretch. We're going to get a look at the slow-mo here brought to you by Universum. They're going to slow it down here and freeze it on the line. Time of the mile, 1:58.1, and it looks like maybe the 2 gets up there on the freeze frame here by Universum Media. Wow, Dowling and Top of Her Trade look to get it done here. First start for trainer driver David Dowling. We'll see who Vance announces here. Stay tuned.
In that win picture, Top of Her Trade, and she's in the 7th race winner's circle. Bay facing mare 5 by Boltador from the Presidential Ball Dam. Career Success, owned by Matt and David Burke of Stratford. David Dowling trains and drives. Time of the mile in 1:58.1. Top of Her Trade in the 7th. Down at trackside, it's the Crown Rust Proofing Cooler presentation. Here's the official results from the 7th. Evening Maelstrom was 2nd. Top of Her Trade, the winner. Private Dancer 5th. J.J. Kinley 6th. Miss Sangria 3rd. Southern Heart 7th. Miss Patricia B. was 8th. I Can Do It finished 4th. Fractions of 28.1. 58.2. 128.2. Mile 158.1. From the top, it's 215. 637.84. Top of Her Trade, 510 to win. Exactor 38.50. Triactor was 88.20. And the Superfecta 78.60.
There's a look at that tight win photo there from the 7th race with the 2 Top of Her Trade getting up to win there in that win photo. Wow, that was close on the line, winning by a nose there in race number 7. I want to tell you about evening post times. They are moving back to 6 p.m. So for our race cards, they'll be at 6 p.m. except for the doubleheader that we have on Saturday, PEI Cold Stakes action this Saturday. The afternoon card this Saturday goes at 12:30 p.m. and the night card will go at 6:30 p.m. So there's a look at the upcoming post times here at Red Shores. As I say, 12:30 p.m. on Saturday afternoon, 6:30 p.m. Saturday night, and then Monday, September 12th, will be 6 p.m. in Summerside.
Eighth race trotters are on the track for the parade. Number 1, Hall of a Ride, owned and trained by Janice Hubbard of St. John, New Brunswick. John Davidson drives. Dawson Springs 2, owned by Debbie Element of Village Green, trained by Colin Johnson. David Dowling. Mile Hill Willie 3, owned by John Bro, Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick, and Paul Morrison of Cardigan. Paul does the training with Jill's Barrio up. Windermere Don't You Worry, number 4, owned by Leanne Moyer of Summerside, trained by Lloyd Hanna, Corey McPherson. 5, Freddie, owned by 3 Wiseman Stable of Kingston, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. 4 minutes wagering time on the 8th race. Mondays in Summerside has a 6 p.m. post time. You can also wager from home through HBIBet.com.
Okay, Trotters on track here for race 8, 3 minutes to post, and we have Exactor, Superfecta, Tractor, Wagering, Win, Play, Show, and that Wild Horses Tag jackpot is $25, and the 3 Wiseman Stable of Kingston PEI have a shot at getting another picture here. I just noticed Irish Ray, the 2-year-old colt that they own, who is undefeated. He is a much better horse in the winner's circle. He behaves very well for his win picture. This guy on the screen right now, Freddie, he does not want to hang around for his picture. It's kind of a drive-by for Mark Campbell when he gets it done. You think you'd know how to get it done. 80 lifetime wins, an incredible career, and it continues here now as a 10-year-old. Freddie just missed last time out, second by a quarter length. 158-3, closed it out 30 seconds flat, and then he tried it on the front end 2 weeks ago from post 5, and he got collared by Windermere Don't You Worry in 201-3, and a winner 3 back in 58-2 in the open. So here at the non-winners at 13:51, last 5, I have to put this guy on top in this short field. I'm looking for the 3 Wiseman Stable double here at Red Shores. I like Freddie 1-4. This guy has a real good shot as well. Mile Hill Willie on the screen right now for Gilles Barrio. Paul Morrison, the trainer. He is also the co-owner along with John Bro from Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick. And Mile Hill Willie last time out was a good third in 59-2. And a winner, 3 back at this level, right on the front end, 59-2. I'm looking for Barrio to get off the wings with this guy and cut it here tonight. And we'll see if he can get off the wings on the right foot. If he can get to the front, he could get the job done in here. And a little better price than the 5 if you don't want to play the chalk. 2-1 currently on this guy. And now we're getting a look at the 1 Hall of a Ride. John Davidson in town. He's going to do the driving for trainer Janice Hubbard. She is the trainer and owner from St. John, New Brunswick. This guy reeled off 2 in a row in Charlottetown, and then he followed it up with a good second. Got into the Island Ocean Series, had a real rough trip there, made that break, and was parked the entire mile. Still finished 4th in 2:02.1, and then last week in St. John, he finished 5th there in 2:01.2. Back in Charlottetown, he likes it over here, and he's got a good spot to start from here from the rail. I like Hall of a Ride to round out my ticket. I'm going to go 5-3-1 in here. Hall of a Ride at 5-1. Trotters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 8th race. Back over to Vance Cameron for the call.
Hall of a Ride, Dawson Springs, Mile Hill Willie. Windermere, don't you worry. Freddie, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and trotting, Freddie leaves out. Hall of a Ride at the rail. Dawson Springs is 3rd. Mile Hill Willie 4th. And Windermere, don't you worry, will trail as they round the turn. And Hall of a Ride out in front by 4 before the 8th pole. In between horses, Mile Hill Willie is 2nd. Freddie goes up 3 wide towards the rail. Dawson Springs. And Windermere, don't you worry, the trailer. They'll arrive at the quarter mile next. It is Hall of a Ride, the leader. Mile Hill Willie had a notion to take a shot at him. He's now on the rail 2nd, on by that opening quarter in 29-1. Freddie has been out all the way 3rd. Racing 4th is Dawson Springs, and the trailer, that is Windermere, don't you worry. Down the stretch they come, and Hall of a Ride, a serious leader for John Davidson. Mile Hill Willie is 2nd. Freddie has been out for 3rd. 4th, that is Dawson Springs. Now the trailer, that is Windermere, don't you worry. Halfway home, Hall of a Ride, the midway point leader, 58-1. 29 seconds flat in the 2nd quarter. Hall of a Ride by 3 at the 5/8 on Mile Hill Willie 2nd. Freddie races from 3rd. Dawson Springs 4th. Windermere, don't you worry, on the outside 5th. Halfway up the backstretch. Final time going to 3/4. Hall of a Ride gets them there. Mile Hill Willie 2nd. Freddie along the rail 3rd. Fourth on the inside is Dawson Springs with Windermere, don't you worry. 3/4 up in 1:28 and 2. Down to an eighth of a mile to trot. Hall of a Ride turning home. Mile Hill Willie headed outside for the stretch drive. Freddie up the rail third. Deep stretch now. Hall of a Ride. Mile Hill Willie nails it for Berrio. Second is Hall of a Ride. Freddie is third. 1:58.2. There goes the inquiry sign. Race number 8 is now under a judge's inquiry.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Slow-Mo here for race 8. We are under an inquiry, so hold on to all tickets. But how about John Davidson and Hall of a Ride using the rail to their advantage? Wow, they cut that first turn like a pacer. This guy was scratching around that first turn. He wanted to cut it, and he did. He put everyone in behind him, 29 and 1, half 58 and 1. Mile Hill Willie sitting the 2-hole, 128 and 2. Berrio pulls pocket, and they're going to battle, and they're not going to settle until deep in the stretch here, with Mile Hill Willie getting up in deep stretch for the victory here, 158 and 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 8th race judges inquiry involves number 1 Hall of a Ride and a possible pylon violation after the 3/4. There's Mile Hill Willie in the 8th race winner's circle, trotting Chestnut Stallion 6 by Armbro Barrister from the Mr. Vic Dam Pumpkin Doodles, owned by John Bro of Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick, and Paul Morrison of Cardigan. Paul Morrison does the training. Jill's Berrio in the driver's seat. Time of the mile in 1:58 and 2. Mile Hill Willie in the 8th.
Okay, here's a look at the ongoing judges' inquiry here in race 8. Hold on to all tickets.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's the results of the 8th race judges' inquiry. Number 1, Hall of a Ride, finished second, will be placed fifth for inside multiple pylons after the 3/4. Now, the official results in the 8th race. Hall of a Ride finished second, was placed fifth for inside multiple pylons after the 3/4. Dawson Springs was fourth place third. Mile Hill Willie the winner. Windermere Don't You Worry finished fifth, was placed fourth. Freddie finished third, placed second. Fractions were 29 and 1, 58 and 1, 128 and 2, and the mile in 158 and 2. From the top after the placings, it's 5-3-1. 4-2. Mile Hill Willie paid $360, the exactor $740, triactor $2610, and the superfecta was $684.
The Atlantic Invitational Series Road to the Premier's Cup began with the Walter Dale at EPR with events around the Maritimes, including Governor's Plate, Lindsay Cup, Premier's Pace, Goguen Memorial, and the road continues with the Conroy at Truro and the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial. It all leads to the Atlantic Invitational Premier's Cup, October 9th in Charlottetown.
Ladies and gentlemen, in race number 10 tonight, in the 10th race, number 2, Up Helliah, wears the trotting half hobble, did wear them in the Lady Slipper on the 1st of September at Charlottetown. Up Helliah in the 10th race wears the trotting half hobble. The 9th race on Post Parade, number 1 is Woodmere Roll Lily, owned by Marcia Knox, Corey Livingston, and Stephen McDonald. Trained by Melissa Rennie, Adam Werner drives. Dolly Sky 2, owned by Philip DeRoche of Coleman and Vance McMillan of West Cape. Philip is the trainer, Miles Heffernan drives. Traces of Purple 3 has Kenny Murphy driving for owner-trainer Robert Phillips, Belfast. Topville Angelina, number 4, is owned by Jody Lynn Matheson, Stefan Boudroy, and Gene Smallman. Trained by Ron Matheson with Dale Spence aboard. 5 Pacific Delight, owned by Jack Keenan of Stratford and Joseph Dahl of Burlington, Ontario. Trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Burial. Stealing Bases, number 6, owned by Jack Matheson of Charlottetown. Trained by Ron Matheson, Mark Campbell. Maggie's Delight 7, owned by Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald of Cardigan. Michelle is the trainer, Corey McPherson drives. 4 minutes wagering time on the 9th race. This is Race Day live from Red Shores, Atlantic Canada's entertainment destination. Kurt is back with the field, but first our manager of racing and broadcast, Lee Drake, with a few words around upcoming events.
Hi, it's Lee Drake, and yes, I'm just jumping in with a few upcoming events here that we're excited about. First of all, the Atlantic Breeders' Crown details. Of course, we want to thank Cavendish Farms for their continued support with that and the sponsorship. But the details will be coming up. The families have been selected. They will be announced shortly on the event, which takes place with the sale October 7th. Of course, that's the Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale. And then, of course, the Consolation Day and the banquet on the 8th. And October the 9th, of course, is Championship Sunday. So we're looking forward to that. Some more details to come. We will have only limited amount of tickets for the banquet this year, just because of the limited seating. Everything moves back to the top of the park. But we'll have the complete weekend of events coming your way as well. And the next big event that we're very proud to be part of this year is a new event. It's coming up, all part of the Atlantic Invitational Series. It's the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial, and that's coming up October the 1st. PEI Colt Stakes weekend, it kicks off tonight, and we look forward to the doubleheader on the weekend. And our Monday night card at Summerside, post time there, is at 6 o'clock. Kurt and Vance, back with race day next.
Just 3 minutes to post here before race number 9, and there's a look at my top choice on the screen right now. That is the 4 Top Bill Angelino by Jody Lynn Matheson, Stefan Boudreau, and Gene Smallman. 6-year-old mare by American Ideal. How about that trip last time out? A gutsy first over effort, finishing second by a length to JM Sports Fan, and that trip was a real nice trip too. 154 and 3, 28 and 4 closing quarter for Mark Campbell. Dale Spinner Spence gets a call here tonight. Also a nice trip in that birthplace of Confederation Series consolation, finishing 5th for Wally Hennessy in 55 and 3. So Spinner Spence got a live mount in here in this 9th race. I like this mare to get it done at 9-5. And now we're getting a look at the Streaking Woodmere Roll Lily, owned by Marcia Knox, Corey Livingston, and Stephen McDonald. Adam Murner in the seat for trainer Melissa Rennie. Reeled off 3 in a row, 3 back, 57 and 4. That trip 2 back, 56 and 2. Last time out, again from post 7, rallied to win by a neck in 157 and 2. So from post 7 into post 1, she's going to be tough to beat. Woodmere Roll Lily right now at 6-5. Another nice mare on the screen right now. That is the 3 Traces of Purple. Kenny Murphy doing the driving for trainer and owner Robert Phillips of Belfast. A good second, 2 back, and 55 and 4 at this 15-51 level. Last time out, sat the 2-hole again. Only got beat 2 3/4 lengths, but finished 6th. Still a nice mile, 56 and 4, 29 flat closing quarter. 56 and 1, 3 back, 28 and 4 closing quarter at that preferred 3 level. So pretty consistent at this level at the 15-51s. A good starting spot. Post 3, Traces of Purple at 7-1. I like her to round up my ticket. I'm going to go 4-1-3 in here.
Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight valued at $473. The winning number will be U1023133. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $473, U1023133. Good luck.
Filly mares lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's ninth race. Back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Roll Lily, Dolly Sky, Traces of Purple, Topfill Angelina, Pacific Delight, Stealing Bases, and Maggie's Delight. Top of the stretch. Here they come. And away they go. Off and pacing, leaving out Dolly Sky, Traces of Purple, Topville Angelina, Woodmere Roll Lily, stacking them up as she guards the rail here. 3 high around the turn they go. Dropping in fourth was Traces of Purple, then fifth, that's Pacific Delight. Stealing bases 6 and trailing 7th. Maggie's Delight along the backstretch they go. Topville Angelina now clears the lead for Dale Spence. Second is Woodmere Roll Lily, and they are rolling here. Third at the rail is Dolly Sky. Now fourth, that is Traces of Purple. The opening quarters up. 28 seconds flat. On the point, Topville Angelina. Woodmere Roll Lily races second, Dolly Sky third, Traces of Purple fourth. Then in fifth, that's Pacific Delight. On the outside, stealing bases 6. Trailing at the rail 7th, Maggie's Delight. They're halfway home, led by Topville Angelina. Woodmere Roll Lily into the turn second, Dolly Sky third. 56-2. Opening half mile, 28 and 2 in the second split. 3/8 left to go, and on the lead, Topville Angelina going to 3/4 on Woodmere Roll Lily. Third is Dolly Sky, Traces of Purple fourth. Stealing bases on the outside fifth. Then in sixth, that is Pacific Delight. Outside the trailer is Maggie's Delight. 3/4 up in 1:26 and 1 on the turn for the final time. Dolly Sky is up to take over the lead with an 8 to go. Topville Angelina second, Woodmere Roll Lily third, Traces of Purple, and down the stretch they come. Dolly Sky the leader. Woodmere Roll Lily, Traces of Purple up the inside. Dolly Sky in heaven, and hang on. Time for the mile. 1:56 and 1.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Slow-Mo here for race 9. Dolly Sky, race super here for Heffernan. They got away in the 3-hole there and made their move around the last turn against the chalk favorite here, the 4, Topville Angelina and Dale Spence, who cut it out half 56 and 2, 126 and 1. Dolly Sky clears down the lane here and tries to fend off the late challenge on the inside and outside. They're beginning to swarm her, but she does hold on for the victory here. 156 and 1. You can see on the screen Woodmere Roll Lilies on the outside, Traces of Purple on the inside, but no, Dolly Sky is going to dig in late and fend off the late challenge from the inside and outside. They get it done. Nice trip. 156 and 1.
Into the ninth race winner's circle is the two-entry Dolly Sky. Bay pacing mare 6 by Dolly from the Towner's Big Guy Dam Skylark. Owned by Philip DeRoche of Coleman and Vance McMillan of West Cape. Philip is the trainer. Miles Everett in second, winner tonight for the double. Time of the miles, a new pacing record. 156-1. Dolly Sky in the ninth. Now the official results in the ninth. Woodmere Roll Lily was second. Dolly Sky the winner. Traces of Purple third. Topville Angelina fifth. Pacific Delight fourth. Stealing Bases was seventh. Maggie's Delight finished sixth. Fractions were up in 28. 56-2. 126-1. And the mile 156-1. From the top 2-1-3. 5-4-7-6. Dolly Sky paid $21.20. Exactor was $51.60. Triactor $266.80. And the Superfecta $61.48.
Meal and Deal is back for September at Red's Gold Cup Lounge. Beef tenderloin, bacon wrapped scallops, and dessert. 4:30 p.m. until 7 p.m. Fridays in September at Red's Gold Cup Lounge, and it's $19.95 plus tax and rewards. Club members, they get $10 in free play or match play.
Tonight's winner of the 50-50 draw was Tony Carroll. Congratulations. The 10th race of the 3-year-old Colt Trotters in the PEI Colt Stakes. One getting all fired up is owned and trained by Blaine White of South Panett with Mark Campbell driving. Up Heliah 2 is owned by Riley Farms Limited of Summerside, trained by Claire McDonald. Kenny McDonald drives. Cadillac 3 is owned by Claire McDonald of Antigonish and Wayne Burley of Truro, Nova Scotia. Claire training and driving. For a Giant Raptor, Jim Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, owns, trains, and drives. 5 is Headline Howie, owned by Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. King in the North, number 6, owned by Doug Matheson, Dunsan Farms, and Wayne Oakes, trained by Nick Oakes, Jason Hughes driving. Number 7 is Halmack Caesar, owned by Halmack Farms Limited of Brookfield. Kenny Arsenault, the trainer driver. Number 8, I Look Like Bumps, is owned, trained, and driven by Darrell Neal of Winslow. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 10. Race day live with the PEI Colt Stakes and another past champion spotlight.
We continue to honor past champions of the PEI Colt Stakes, and here's another champion right here on the screen. That is Maple Leaf Noble. He was one of the most dominant stakes horses we have ever seen in the Maritimes. A son of Black River, bred, owned, trained, and driven by Ralph Anir of Montague, Maple Leaf Noble was a perfect 23 for 23 at 2 and 3 in the Maritimes, including PEI Colt Stakes both years. At 4, Maple Leaf Noble won his first 3 starts of that season before tasting defeat, giving him 27 consecutive win streak here in the region. Out onto the track we go here for race 10. It is PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old trot colts, purse $7,500. And there's a look at the 2 up Heli and as Vance announced, he will be wearing the half trotting hobbles, and he was wearing the half trotting hobbles in that Lady Slipper start in his last start there, where he finished a really good second to Southwind Arturo. 57-4. Kenny McDonald in the seat for trainer Claire McDonald and owner Riley Farms of Summerside. This guy's had quite a career so far. 14 wins from 17 starts. He's tasted defeat himself in his last 2 starts, so we'll see if he can get back on the winning side of things. I think he can here from post 2, as does the punters, as he is currently 1-9. Now we get a look at the 5 headline Howie, owned by Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge. Mike McGuigan, the trainer and owner. This guy's got over 20,000 made this year. 6 wins from 12 starts. He reeled off a couple in a row there. 2 minutes, 2/5 there. 3 back, 28-4, and then followed that up with back-to-back third place finishes. Last time out in behind Southwind, Arturo, and up Heli. Still a good trip last week. 2 minutes, 2/5. Mike McGuigan post 5 with headline Howie, currently 11-1. Getting all fired up is the one. Mark Campbell is going to do the driving for owner and trainer Blaine White of South Panett PEI, a winner last time out in Lady Slipper action, 2:01-2. Second prior to that, 2 minutes, 2/5, 29-1 on the closing quarter there. And this guy likes to get off the gate really well, get spotted up close to the lead, and from the rail, he should do so. So he should get a good trip up handy the lead here. I like him to round out my ticket. I'm going to go 2-5-1 in here. The 1 is 9-2 currently. We're getting close to post time here in race 10. We should mention that the 3 Cadillac by Ted the Stud will have a half-brother sired by Mile Hill Willie in the Atlanta Classic yearling sale, selling as hip 108, named Incredible Willie, consigned by Eldred Nicholson. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old truck colts lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for today's 10th race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Getting all fired up hell yeah. Cadillac Magian Raptor. Headline Howie King in the north. How Max Caesar. I look like bumps on the outside. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and trotting and up Helial leaving out. Off stride is headline Howie into the turn. Towards the rail getting all fired up. Has his head in front. Up Helial alongside second. Cadillac's away third. Magian Raptor fourth. Now in fifth, that is King in the north. And in the backfield, that's I Look Like Bumps, followed by headline Howie and How Max Caesar. Along the backstretch they go, and up front the leader, Up Heliah for Kenny McDonald by 2 at the quarter pole. Second, he's getting all fired up. Cadillac goes third. Magian Raptor has fourth. King in the north races fifth. I Look Like Bumps is sixth. Headline Howie outside of seventh, and off stride the trailer. How Max Caesar 30. And 4 was a comfortable opening quarter, and Up Heliah will race down the stretch towards the half mile. Getting all fired up is sticking with the leader. Cadillac goes third, Magian Raptor fourth. In fifth, King in the North. 6 is headline Howie. Off stride, I Look Like Bumps, and the trailer. How Max Caesar on by the opening half mile in 101 and a 1/5. The leader is Up Heliah. Racing second is getting all fired up. That's Cadillac third. Back into fourth, Magian Raptor. Fifth on the cones, King in the north. From the outside, 6 is headline Howie. Then at the back, How Max Caesar and the trailer. I Look Like Bumps with a quarter of a mile left to race. And on the front end, Up Heliah is still there. 3/4 in the books, and there goes the inquiry sign. The 10th race under an inquiry. 3/4 in 1:30 and 4. 29 and 3 in the third. Up Heliah turning home. Cadillac on the outside second, getting all fired up third. Deep stretch now. Up Heliah in line to Kenny McDonald in the PEI Colt Stakes. The stablemate Cadillac is second, finishing third. Getting all fired up. Time for the mile. 2 minutes flat.
Well, as expected, Up Heliah and Kenny McDonald back to their winning ways here. They rolled right down the road here from post 2, 30 and 4, 101 and 1, 130 and 4 to the 3/4 pole. Kenny takes a look over his right-shouldered stablemate and wife, Claire McDonald and Cadillac on the outside here, and the stablemates, as Vance mentioned, are going to finish 1-2 in here as Up Heliah gets it done here in deep stretch. 2 minutes flat, picking up his 15th win from 18 starts over Cadillac, and in at the rail, Campbell and getting all fired up, finished third in here. So it is a 2-3-1 triactor here in a division of the PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old trot colts.
The judge's inquiry underway in race number 10 involves a break on the 5 headline Howie at the start. Apellia arrives at the 10th race winner's circle, trotting Bay Colt 3 by Armbro Barrister off the Burnt Hanover Dam, Burnt with Finesse, owned by Riley Farms Limited of Summerside. Colt bred by Greg McKenzie. Trained by Claire McDonald, Kenny McDonald in the driver's seat will guide the colt to his 15th lifetime victory from 18 starts, the mile in 2 minutes. Apellia in the PEI Colt Stakes. Here's the results of the 10th race judges' inquiry. Number 5, Headline Howie, finished 4th and will be placed 5th for interference on a break after the start, causing the interference on 6. King in the North. Here's the official results. Getting All Fired Up, 3rd. Up Heliah, the winner. Cadillac finished 2nd with broken equipment. Magian Raptor was 6th. Headline Howie, 4th, placed 5th. King in the North was 5th place, 4th. How Max Caesar was 7th. I Look Like Bumps, 8th. They went 30 and 4, 101 and 1, 130 and 4, and the mile 2 minutes. In review, after the placings, 3, 1, 2, 6, 5, 4, 7, 8. Up Heliah returned 250. Super was 1203 and the Triactor 1690. Lions Jenny Lee leads the 11th race on parade, owned by Chris and Suzanne Davies and Carol Wright, trained by Chris Davies, Kenny Murphy driving. 2 is Scratch, 3 Silly Amos, owned by David Kent of North Rustico, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenal. Hamac Blaze 4 is owned by Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald of Cardigan, trained by Michelle Myers, driven by Dale Spence. 5, Geordie Soap, owned by Lillian, Kevin, and Brian Ladner of Charlottetown. Brian is the trainer. Jill's Barrio drives. Number 6, That's Me Yvette, owned by Mary Jean Noy, Denise Andrew, and Tasha McKenzie, trained by Jay Noy, Brody McPhee driving. 7 is Catch a Few Rays, owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Miles Heffernan. Number 8, The Time to Win, owned by Shirley Weeks of Fredericton, trained by Ron Matheson, Mark Campbell. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 11. Watch for details on the upcoming Drive for Charity Holiday Edition.
Race 11 on track. Dusty Lane, Zendaya. The 2 is scratched in here, so we're scratched down to a field of 7. A lot of options here to play the horses. We have Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, Wager, and Win Play showing that Wild Horses tag, and we've landed on the 3 here. Silly Amos, owned by David Kent of North Rustico, Kenny Arsenault, the trainer and driver. Kenny Arsenault, already a winner on the card out of his own barn at long odds with Locker Up earlier on the card, and he's got a real good shot at getting it done here with the current favorite, Silly Amos. Second last time out, 56 and 4. Third, 3 back, 59 and 3. How about that win down at the bottom? Wiring the field for Paul Langell in 56 and 2. Silly Amos is having a real good season, and so I like Silly Amos with her current form. I like her on top of my ticket. She moves in 2 post 2 with that scratch of the 2, 8-5 currently. The Time to Win, my second choice, 8-year-old mare by Western Ideal, driven tonight by Mark Campbell, trained by Ron Matheson, and Shirley Weeks of Fredericton. PEI is the owner, and then this mare, she continues to drop in class. If you look down at the bottom of her line, she had been racing up at the 1801 level. She dropped to the 1071, 5 back, and was a winner there. A big 3-wide move for Barrio. Got it done in 56 and 3. Jumped up to the 1301s the last few starts, and dropping down to the class where she was a winner there in 56 and 3. So I'm looking for her to be part of this ticket. I don't like post 8 for her. She moves into post 7, but still, it's going to be a tall task for her to get it done from out there. But she is a good price right now at 5-2 if you want to play the 8. The third on my triactor ticket, I'm going to go with the 6. That's Mia Bad. She's rounding into form. She's been really good in her last 2 starts. She's owned by Mary Jane Noy, Denise Andrew, and Tasha McKenzie. Jay Noy, the trainer, and Brody McPhee will do the driving, and Brody has been in the seat in those last 2 starts. Back-to-back third place finishes, 56 and 2, 2 back, 57 and 1 last week. At this level, That's Mia Bad's a good choice for the exotic players here. Currently 5-1 on the board. I went 3, 8, 6 in here. Philly Mares rolling up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 11th race. Back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Lions Jenny Lee, Silly Amos, Hamac Blaze, Geordie's Hope. That's Mia Bad, Catch a Few Rays. The time to win. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Silly Amos, Lions Jenny Lee, leave out, catch a few rays between horses. That's how Mac plays as they're into the first turn. Lions Jenny Lee the leader. Silly Amos on the outside, second, third towards the rail. How Mac plays. Coming up fourth on the outside is That's Mia Bad. At the rail, Geordie's Hope is fifth. Then Catch a Few Rays and the trailer in the early going. That is The Time to Win. Arriving at the opening quarter, Lions Jenny Lee in line to Kenny Murphy. Out in front by 2. Racing from second as they move round the turn is Silly Amos. 28 and 1 opened it up. Racing from third as they arrive at the 3/8 is How Mac plays. Then in fourth, along the inside, That's Mia Bad. Racing from fifth, on the cones is Geordie's Hope. There goes Catch a Few Rays to the outside, and The Time to Win on the outside, the trailer. They're halfway home. Lions Jenny Lee, the midway point leader, has 2 for Murphy. Second is Silly Amos. Catch a Few Rays has taken over third. 58 seconds flat for half a mile. Racing from fourth is How Mac plays. The Time to Win on the outside fifth. Then in sixth, That's Mia Bad. And Geordie's Hope is dropping out of the race in the backfield. 3/4 coming next. Lions Jenny Lee, the leader. On the outside, that's the long shot. Catch a Few Rays second. In the pocket, Silly Amos third. Fourth is How Mac plays. The Time to Win fifth. 3/4 in 1. 27 and 3. They're headed home. Lions Jenny Lee trying to close it out. Silly Amos is second. Catch a Few Rays way wide. The Time to Win coming late. Deep stretch now, and Lions Jenny Lee has doubled up Kenny Murphy. Second, that is The Time to Win. Silly Amos third. 1:57 and 1.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Slow-Mo here for race 11 and Lions Jenny Lee and Kenny Murphy. They guarded the rail here. They wanted to cut it, and they paid a pretty good price, 28 and 1 early. Nice middle half, though, for Murphy here, 58, 127 and 3. Silly Amos setting pocket for Arsenal. They pulled pocket at the top of the stretch, but they were not beaten. Lions generally here tonight. She gets it done, 157 and 1. The Time to Win was closing strong here for Mark Campbell. They left from post 7 and they rallied a really good second in here, but it was Lions generally going right down the road for Murphy, as Vance mentioned, giving him his second winner on the night.
In the winner's circle in race 11, the one-entry Lions Jenny Lee, bay pacing mare 7 by Some Beach Somewhere from the Art Major Dam, Jamaica, Hanover. owned by Chris Davies, Suzanne Davies, and Carol Wright. Chris does the training. Kenny Murphy, second winner tonight for the double, the wire-to-wire victory, 157-1. Lions, Jenny Lee, wires the 11th. Now, the official results in the 11th, Lions Jenny Lee, the winner. Dusty Layton Zendaya scratched. Silly Amos was third. Howmack Blaze fourth. Geordie's Hope seventh. That's Me a Bad fifth. Catch a Few Rays was sixth. The Time to Win was second. 28-1, 58, 127-3, and the mile 157-1. In review, 1 scratch 3, 4 7 5. 6-2. Lions Jenny Lee paid $7.10. The exactor 51.20, triactor 96.10, and the superfecta was 35.65.
Red Shores is now featured in 9 PEI hotels for the 2022 season. Guests receive a promotional play package, which even includes a taxi voucher when they sign up for our Rewards Club. Hotels include the Home and Grand, Holiday Inn, Delta Prince Edward, and more.
The 12th race Pacers and their drivers have entered the track on parade. Number 1, Uwain Dolly, owned by Kelsey Curran of Peaks and David Amadio, Fort Morion, Nova Scotia, trained by Brendan Curran. Tonight, Kenny Arsenal. The Lady Sheriff 2 is owned by Elizabeth Courtney of Maddox Cove, Newfoundland. Mark Campbell trains and drives. She's in the Moment 3 is owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman, and Cecil Villard, trained by Tom Weatherby, Mark Bradley. 5, Ms. Moyes, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hatley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, trained by Melissa Rennie, Adam Murner. 4 is Elm Grove Mistress on parade, Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, the owners. Jennifer trains with David Dowling. And here comes the 6, Miami Sealster, owned by Debbie Elliman of Village Green, and Paul Johnson of Durham, England, trained by Colin Johnson, Jill's Burial. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 12. And Kurt, you and I are coming back with our selections in the 12th race on this Thursday night. And we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the 12th, I'm leaning on the 3, She's in the Moment. Just get nipped in 53 and 4, 2 starts back, made a break last start, still pays 55-3, 28 and 2 on the end of it. I'm going to use her to get Mark Bradley a little closer to 1,000 wins and doubling up tonight. I like the 5, Ms. Moyes, a winner her last outing in 55 and a piece. Then the 2, the Lady Sheriff, and I'll close out the super with the 4, Elm Grove Mistress. I like 3, 5, 2, 4 here in race number 12. Kurt, your choices are?
I like the 5 in here. I like Ms. Moyes, Vance. I think she can get it done off that trip. Nice win last time out, 55 and 3. She's been a real great mare all summer long, racing the top mares. So I like her and Adam Murner to get it done. I'm going to go right next door to Elm Grove Mistress and David Dowling. They love the front end, and they're going to bust off the wings here, I'm sure, in this race. Get a good trip. Dowling a winner 3 back with this mare, 55 and 2. He gets along good with her. And I'm going to throw in the Lady Sheriff. She's been so good here. Maybe a surprise for Chucky Symes, the way she's been racing here on the island. Mark has her really good. She was a good third, just missed last time out. So I like her for third. I'm leaving your top choice. She's in the Moment right off my ticket, Vance. I scratching my head here now that I see it. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I'm going to go 5, 4, 2 in here. A lot of good options in here if you don't want to play the 5 at 4 to 5. Ms. Moyes, 14 to 1 on You Ain't Dolly, 2 to 1 on the Lady Sheriff. She's in the Moment right now at 5 to 1. That's a great price on her. 9 to 2 on Elm Grove Mistress. That's a good price on her as well. Ms. Moy still currently at 4-5 and 8-1 on Miami Sealster. We're getting close here in the 12th. Really good group of mares lining up in behind this Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 12th race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
You Ain't Dolly, the Lady Sheriff, she's in the moment. Elm Grove Mistress, Ms. Moyce, Miami Sealster, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and pacing and Elm Grove Mistress following the gate out. Second is the Lady Sheriff. Ms. Moy's third, crossing over fourth, Miami Sealster. Fifth into the turn, You Ain't Dolly, and then the trailer, She's in the Moment. So they arrive at the 8th, and the leader, as they go to the backstretch, that is Elm Grove Mistress. Traffic got a little tight there in the early going. Coming up on the outside, here comes Ms. Moy's to take over. The Lady Sheriff's a handful, and Campbell's going to move her right now to the outside, a racing third. Pacing from fourth, Miami Sealster, You Ain't Dolly fifth, and trailing the field, She's in the Moment, 28 and 2 was the quarter. Off the turn they come, and we've got a new leader. The Lady Sheriff and Mark Campbell take over. Racing second is Ms. Moyce. In at the rail, third is Elm Grove Mistress. Then in fourth, that's Miami Sealster. You Ain't Dolly is fifth, and on the outside, the trailer, She's in the Moment. They're halfway home, led by the Lady Sheriff. Ms. Moyce is second. There goes Elm Grove Mistress to the outside third. 57 and 3 was the half. They're over to the 5/8. The Lady Sheriff, the leader. Up and out on the outside, Elm Grove Mistress now takes over. Third, that is Ms. Moyce. Moving up fourth on the outside, She's in the Moment. Fifth along the rail, that's Miami Sealster. And trailing on the outside, You Ain't Dolly. They're on by 3/4. Elm Grove Mistress is taken over late. The Lady Sheriff now second. She's in the Moment is coming third. 3/4 up in 1. 27 and 1. They're homeward bound. Elm Grove Mistress, the leader. She's in the Moment is second. The Lady Sheriff now third. Up the inside is Ms. Moyes. Deep in the stretch now. Elm Grove Mistress with Dowling. Second is She's in the Moment. Third is Ms. Moyes. Time for the mile in 1:56 and 1.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Slow-Mo here in race 12. No shortage of action in here as Dowling and Elm Grove Mistress, they pounce off the wings, get to the front, release Miss Moyes, but Mark Campbell's mare was on the iron here tonight, the Lady Sheriff, so he pulled out of the 3-hole, made his move to the front, and that's how they sat in the middle half, 57 and 3, 127 and 1. Dowling pulls out of the 3-hole with Elm Grove Mistress. A gutsy first over effort. She clears past 3/4 and fends off that late challenge from the 3. She's the Moment. Dowling gets it done here with Elm Grove Mistress. He gets along good with this mare. They were a winner 3 back and a winner again here tonight to get it done. Nice trip. 156 and 1.
Elm Grove Mistress arriving at the 12th race winner circle by pacing mare 7 by Articulator off the Real Desire Dam Aquatic Lightning, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling, second winner tonight for the double. Time of the mile in 1:56 and 1. Elm Grove Mistress in the 12th. Here's the official results now in the 12th. Wayne Dolly 5th, the Lady Sheriff 4th. She's in the Moment was 2nd. Elm Grove Mistress, the race winner. Ms. Moyes 3rd. Miami Sealster 6th, 28 and 2, 57 and 3. 127 and 1. And the mile, 156 and 1. In review, it's 542, 136. Elm Grove Mistress paid $9.30. Exactor 44.30, Triactor 117.80, and the Superfecta was 20.63.
Top of the park theme nights are back at Red Shores, and for the month of September, it is Land and Sea. It's a 3-course meal that includes a steak and seared halibut, and it's Friday evenings at the top of the park, and it's $29.99 plus tax. And the early bird special of Rewards Club members who reserve between $4.45 and $5.45 save 10%. Land and Sea returns Fridays in September in the top of the park. We're about 6 away from the finale here at Red Shores, and we all agree on the exactor anyway. We like a 5-8 exactor. I'm going to go with the 7 for third. Post time picks likes the 1 for third. Classifier's choice likes the 3 for third in here, so it's unanimous. We're all aboard the 5. Philly 47 and Campbell here in race 13. Post break coming up next.
The 13th race on Post Parade, number 1 is Salisbrook Ocean, owned by Jim McKinney, Nick McGilvery, and Dale Spence. Dale does the driving. Mackenzie Spence does the training. Levion Rose 2 is owned by Leanne Moyer from Summerside, trained by Lloyd Hanna, Corey McPherson. Magical Cowgirl 3 is owned by Tara Harper, Ryan Wilkie, and Stanley Harper Jr. Stanley Harper is the trainer. Jason Hughes. Number 4, Streakazana, is owned by Raymond Primo. David Dowling trains and drives. 5 is Philly 47, owned by Alan McDonald, Corey Carver, and Caitlin Smallwood. Mark Campbell trains and drives. 6 is Acroturi, owned by David Kent of North Rustico, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. Number 7 is Elm Grove Penny, owned by Luke Burke of Marshfield. Melissa Rennie is the conditioner. Adam Murner is the driver. 8, I'll Tell Me Ma, owned by Scott Dunn of Montague, trained by Colin Johnson. Jill's Barrio drives. 4 minutes wagering time on the 13th. It's PEI Colt Stakes weekend, and before Kurt Hughes with a super high 5 is here, another past champion spotlight.
That's right, fans. In the spotlight now is West River Exotic. West River Exotic was bred, owned, trained, and driven by Claire McDonald of Antigonish, a son of Armbro Classic. West River Exotic was a 14-time winner at 2 and 3 and won his divisions of the PEI Colt Stakes in both years. At 3, West River Exotic became the first sub-2-minute maritime trotter, winning a 1:59.4 at Exhibition Park Raceway in September of that year. In this picture on the left is longtime PEI Colt Stakes manager Norman Hall, Kenny McDonald with longtime family friend Joe Kennedy next to Claire, along with members of the O'Brien and Kelly families. Okay, everyone is on board the 5 in here. We all like them, and including the punters right now at 1-4. That is Philly 47 and Mark Campbell. This mare is owned by Alan McDonald, Corey Carver, and Caitlin Smallwood. A winner last time out, right on the front end. A power drive by Campbell. Winner 56 flat, 29 and 3. Closing quarter. 2 wins from 13 starts this year, and that mark taken last week. This mare has been good though. Third, 4 back, and 55 and 1 in preferred 2 action. So up at the 1301s this week, I'm still putting her on top of my ticket. Currently 1-4 on the board. Another good option in here is the 8, I'll Tell Me Ma. Scott Dunn of Montague is the owner. Colin Johnson, the trainer, and Gilles Barrio will do the driving. Post 8 here tonight. That's tough for her. She does have pretty nice miles, though. Second by a net last week on the front end from the rail, 56 and 1. And then third from post 5, 55 and 1. That was up at the non-winners at 21.01. So this mare has been really good. Dropping down another level here to the 13.01. She's going to be tough to beat as well, and a real good price right now at 18-1. Okay, if you don't want to play Philly 47, a lot of good options in here. Another option could be the 7. That's why I like for third on my ticket. Elm Grove Penny, owned by Luke Burke of Marshfield. Melissa Rennie, the trainer. Adam Murn are going to do the driving. Good qualifier there, 57 and 2. That bottom line was a nice line too. Third and 57 and 1. Has been a winner here in 56 and 1 in Charlottetown. So this mare's got the talent to get it done in here, and a good price, 7-1. For you And for you super high five players, I'm going to throw in the 3 Magical Cowgirl and Jason Hughes, showing some pretty nice miles in her last 4 starts as well, and great closing kicks. Third last time out there in 57, and 3 for Mark Campbell. Jason Hughes gets a call. She's a live mountain here at 11-1. And I'm going to close it out with the 2, Levianne Rose and Corey McPherson. They've been racing great this summer as well, and a good third for Taylor Doyle last time out. I'm going to go 5-8-7, 3-2 in here. Philly mares are lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 13th and final race. Let's send it over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Well, we got 28 of them to go here Saturday afternoon and night with the PEI Colt Stakes doubleheader. Here is the nightcap on this Thursday night. Salzburg Ocean, Levion Rose, Magical Cowgirl, Strikazana, Philly 47, Acro Turi, Elm Grove Penny, I'll Tell Me Ma. Finale time. The rough and pacing, leaving out Levion Rose. On the rail, that's Salzburg Ocean. Third into the turn, Magical Cowgirl. Coming up fourth between horses as they round the turn is Strikazana. 3 wide, fifth is Philly 47. Then it's Acro Turi 6, Elm Grove Penny 7th. And trailing the field, I'll Tell Me Ma, Levion Rose. She's in unfamiliar territory this night. Right on that choo-choo. In line to Corey McPherson. Clear by 2.5. Second is Salzburg Ocean. Magical Cowgirl third. They're rolling along. 28 and 4 was the quarter. Racing from fourth as they race around the turn is Strikazana. Philly 47 is fifth. Then it's Acro Turi 6. There goes Elm Grove Penny wide 7th. Trailing the field, that's All Tell Me Ma. They approach the opening half mile. Levion Rose will get them halfway home at mighty long odds. Up second now from the outside. There goes Strikazana. In at the rail, that's Salzburg Ocean. 58 and 1 was the half. On the move fourth is Philly 47. Magical Cowgirl rides the rail fifth. Into sixth is Elm Grove Penny, then seventh. Acro Turi, I'll Tell Me Ma on the outside the trailer. They're going to 3/4. Levion Rose is the leader. Strikazana is the challenger. Salzburg Ocean in the pocket third. Philly 47 is coming 3 wide. Now fourth. 3/4 up in 1. 27 and 4. They round the turn for the final time. Levion Rose is still there. 1/8 of a mile out. Second is Salzburg Ocean. Philly 47 on the outside third. Deep stretch. Now Levion Rose. Philly 47 running out of real estate. It's Levion Rose all the way for Corey McPherson. Second is Philly 47. Show photo needed. 157 and 1.
Nine for 14 in the top 3 this year. Levion Rose, I mentioned her in the pre-race. What a good year she is having, and she only has 1 win this year. Now 2 wins. What a performance she put on here tonight. Corey McPherson gave this mare a real good drive, getting to the front end here, and I thought they were going a little more than they were at the quarter. 28-4, 58-1, 127-4. A well-rated mile by McPherson. She got the jump on them. Philly 47 had to do it from off the pace. Had to deal with traffic around the last turn. She tried to reel her in deep stretch, but no, Corey gapped enough to get the job done in here with Levy on row. She gets it done by a narrowing head on the line over the chalk choice Philly 47. A great win ticket. If you back the 2 in here, congrats. 27-1 on the nose. She upsets here in the finale at Red Shores.
La Vie en Rose moves into the 13th race winner's circle, pacing Brown Mare 5 by Malicious from the Camluck Dam, Shady Kowalski. Leanne Moyer of Summerside, the owner, and that's her first trip to the winner's circle as an owner. So welcome to Harness Racing's winner's circle, Leanne. Lloyd Hanna is the trainer, and Corey McPherson put her on top at every call, and she's never been better than she is tonight in Charlottetown to a new record of 157-1. That's La Vie en Rose in a race 13 shocker. Now, the official results in the 13, Salzburg Ocean third, La Vie en Rose the winner. Magical Cowgirl was 8th, Strigazana 4th, Philly 47 was 2nd, Acro Turi 6th, Elm Grove Penny 7th, I'll Tell Me Ma 5th, 28-4, 58-1, 127-4, and the mile 157-1. In review, 318, 426, 75. La Vie en Rose, $57 on the nose. Exactor, $114.60. Triactor, $279. The Super High Five, it'll get carried over. The Late Daily Double, $73. And that completes our live presentation on this night here at the Driving Park. Reminder, it's doubleheader Saturday. 12:30 post time in the afternoon. We're back at 6:30 as the PEI Cold Stakes continues. Tonight's Par Mutual handle, $58,993. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.